Hello from Washington, D.C. My name is Caroline Phillips, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third annual National Cannabis Policy Summit, made possible today by our friends at Weedmaps. The National Cannabis Policy Summit is the sister event to the National Cannabis Festival. We started the summit 3 years ago as a way to bring together unlikely allies to share ideas around cannabis policy reform, and also to discuss the issues championed by the nonprofit drug policy reform groups that have been fighting for decades to advance cannabis legalization and to end the failed war on drugs. If you aren't familiar with the organizations on our advocacy committee, I encourage you to visit nationalcannabispolicysummit.com right now, click on the advocacy committee link, and check out what these organizations have been up to. Without their work, this summit would not exist, and the cannabis industry as we know it would not exist. I'd like to thank our nonprofit partners for their commitment to this issue and for their support in putting together today's program. Today, we are gathering online instead of in person as our country grapples with two public health emergencies, the COVID-19 pandemic and persistent systemic racism. From coast to coast, activists have been protesting in the name of justice and human rights, while others have been speaking about the impact of the health emergency gone unchecked. There's so much pain right now in America, especially among those living in marginalized communities, and we all know that the repercussions will be felt for many years to come. So while the events of 2020 have brought much hardship, they have also given us an opportunity to think about how we treat the most vulnerable people in our society. My great hope is that America comes out of this dual crisis wiser and more compassionate about how we treat one another. I also hope that we can come out with a greater appreciation for science, justice, and human dignity. So while we can't gather in person today, we are so delighted to bring you this online program. Today's discussions span a broad range of issues that matter to all American voters, from criminal justice reform to immigration, to harm reduction. We're joined by speakers from across this political spectrum who may not agree on all issues, but do know that it is time for cannabis to be legal in the United States. For the full online program, speaker information, and links to materials and resources that complement today's talks, make sure to visit the National Cannabis Policy Summit website. You can check the agenda to see the schedule for our live Q&A sessions, and if you'd like to take part, tweet National Cannabis Festival using #CannaSummit2020. And now it is my pleasure to start the program by introducing the co-chairs of the National Cannabis Festival Advocacy Committee, Justin Streckel of NORML, Michelle Rutter-Freiberg of the National Cannabis Industry Association, and Queen Adesui of the Drug Policy Alliance.
Hi, my name is Justin, and I'm with NORML.
Hi, my name is Queen Adesui with the Drug Policy Alliance.
My name is Michelle Rutter-Freiberg with the National Cannabis Industry Association, and on behalf of the entire National Cannabis Festival Advocacy Committee, we'd like to welcome you to the 2020 National Cannabis Policy Summit.
The organizations on the NCF Advocacy Committee work tirelessly to represent the interests of cannabis patients, business owners, and enthusiasts. And we want to make sure that
no more people are in prison for cannabis offenses,
that veterans and chronically ill patients have access to an alternative to opioids,
that brown and black people, the communities most impacted by the war on drugs, have an equal footing in the new industry.
We want to make sure that cannabis businesses have fair and reasonable laws in order to operate and serve consumers.
That the war on drugs is finished, done, over.
Thank you for tuning in. We encourage you to visit nationalcannabispolicysummit.com today to learn more about our organization.
And this November, more than anything else, we encourage you to get out to vote.
And now, it is with our great pleasure
to introduce the opening keynote speaker, Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Congresswoman Lee is a fierce advocate for cannabis legalization and equity in this emerging industry.
As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Cannabis Caucus, she is the first woman or person of color to serve in the leadership of the Cannabis Caucus.
In the 115th Congress,
Congresswoman Lee introduced the Marijuana Justice Act with Cory Booker
to reform unjust marijuana laws and empower communities of color impacted by the failed war on drugs.
She also authored the Refer Act to prohibit federal funding for DOJ interference in states that have decriminalized cannabis.
And the Respect Resolution to encourage racial equity in the emerging cannabis industry.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lee, for all that you do to support fair and just cannabis laws.
I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I represent California's beautiful 13th Congressional District, including Oakland and Berkeley, California. Thank you so much for being a part of the 3rd Annual National Cannabis Policy Summit. Your work to push cannabis reform forward has been crucial to our progress in Congress. We can all agree that the federal government is behind the states on this critical racial justice issue. 47 states have some form of legal cannabis, and 2/3 of Americans support cannabis reform. Now that sends a clear message that the American people want meaningful change to our nation's cannabis laws, and Congress needs to catch up. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Cannabis Caucus, I have been fighting for reform in Congress for years, and I can confidently say that we are finally at a turning point, thanks to you. We know that this shouldn't be a partisan issue. This is an issue of racial justice. The harmful impacts of the failed war on drugs have devastated communities of color. It's past time Congress do its part to correct the lasting impacts of this discriminatory federal policy. We can do that by passing the MORE Act, which aims to correct the historical injustices of failed drug policies that have disproportionately impacted communities of color and low-income communities. This critical legislation would decriminalize cannabis at the federal level, seek restorative justice for those wrongly incarcerated for cannabis, and reinvest in our communities that are most devastated by the war on drugs. Our work is not done until we provide real opportunity for people of color to access this booming industry. So we must have equity in the business. Thanks to the work of people like you, the House will finally vote on the MORE Act. This is a major milestone in our fight, but we can't stop there. It's also severely important that we all do our part to ensure that we are working with the new administration come 2021. So we can put an end to the failed war on drugs once and for all, so you know what we have to do between now and November. In Congress, I will keep working alongside you to ensure that our cannabis policies are fair, equitable, and inclusive. Thank you again for all of your work. Let's keep up the fight.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lee, for your inspiring words. I think it's easy to see how cannabis policy touches so many aspects of American life. And now it's time to dive deeper into our discussions. Let's get started by taking a look at Election 2020. Public opinion on cannabis has shifted, with 35 states allowing medical cannabis, and among those, 11 plus Washington, D.C. allowing cannabis for adults 21 plus. It's clear that American voters are ready for decriminalization. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are speaking out in support of cannabis legalization measures, and on November 3rd, 8 more states will vote on medical and/or adult-use cannabis. Our first 2 discussions will examine the shift in public opinion and how conservatives are approaching cannabis legalization and criminal justice reform. We hope that you enjoy the program.
Hi, I'm Matt Schweik. I'm the Deputy Director at the Marijuana Policy Project. MPP was founded in 1995, and we work to pass medical marijuana and adult use legalization laws at the state and federal levels. We've had a lot of success over the years. Legislatively, we played an important role passing medical marijuana in places like Ohio and Pennsylvania, and we've also played an important role passing legalization legislatively in Illinois and Vermont. And my work at MPP involves just ballot initiatives, and that's another area where we've been very effective. I joined back in 2015 and have worked on the campaigns in Maine, Massachusetts, and Michigan, the medical marijuana campaign in Utah, and every election cycle we get more victories. And this year, I'm working primarily on 3 states, Montana, South Dakota, and Nebraska. And each campaign has its own challenges. In Nebraska, we're facing a strong opposition campaign in state, even though it's just a medical law, which has such high levels of support across the country. So we're in for a real fight there. In Montana, we're working to pass legalization, but we've got to pass 2 initiatives to do it. And in South Dakota, we're trying to do something that's never been done before: pass legalization and medical on the same ballot with 2 separate ballot initiatives. And as a movement, we have made incredible progress, but now is not the time to take our foot off the pedal. What we really need is substantial federal reform. And the reason that we have a conversation right now about federal reform is because of all the reform that we've achieved at the state level. So this year we're going full steam ahead. We got to win Montana, win South Dakota, win Nebraska. There's also initiatives in New Jersey, a legalization initiative there, as well as Arizona, and a medical marijuana campaign in Mississippi. And we've got to win them all, because if we do, we're going to be in a really strong position to pass major federal reform next year. So I'm going to now introduce our first discussion, which is titled Popular Opinion, Cannabis Policy and the Election. And we'll be joined by John Hudak, who's a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, Celinda Lake, who's the president of Lake Research Partners, and Terrence Woodbury, the founder of HIT Strategies. Mona Zhang, the state's cannabis policy reporter at Politico, is our moderator, and I hope you enjoy this timely discussion.
Thank you so much to the National Cannabis Festival for having us here today. I'm Mona Zhang. I'm a cannabis policy reporter for Politico. We launched our cannabis vertical last year, and before that, I freelanced on the cannabis beat for about 5 years. And I'm really excited to be joined today by our esteemed panelists for a discussion on cannabis policy, elections, and public polling. To start off, I'm going to intro you to our panelists today. We are joined by John Hudak, who is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, which is a think tank where he researches marijuana policy, among a whole other bunch of public policy issues. John is the author of the book Marijuana: A Short History, a new edition of which just came out this summer. So I highly urge those who are interested in the subject to check that out. We're also joined today by Celinda Lake, who is the president and founder of Lake Research Partners, a public opinion and political strategy firm. She is a leading political strategist and pollster for the Democratic Party, and she's worked on a whole bunch of political campaigns for, a variety of members of Congress. And we're also joined today by Terrence Woodbury, who is the founder of HIT Strategies, a messaging and strategy firm that works to mobilize hard-to-reach communities in the U.S. So Terrence's research focuses on people of color and millennials, and he's conducted polling for a variety of local, state, and federal elections. So I'm really excited to be joined by all of these experts on the subject. And I wanted to start off by maybe asking Celinda to set the stage on the history of public polling of cannabis in the US, and how has that changed over the years, especially since the mid-90s when we saw California become the first state to legalize medical marijuana.
It's really fascinating what has happened and how fast this issue has changed. And we've seen at all points in time the voters way ahead of the elites around this issue. But just to give you a sense, as recently as 1999, we had 32% of the public in favor of legalization. Today, we have 67%. We still have a lot of generational differences. The silent generation, only 35% in favor of legalization, but then it jumps right away. So with the baby boomers, 63% are in favor of legalization. And among millennials, 76%. You also used to see some partisan differences. Democrats would be very for legalization. Republicans would not be. That partisan difference at the voter level has disappeared. And in fact, there are some libertarian Republicans and men who are extremely supportive of legalization. And then finally, we used to have racial differences in terms of legalization. But today, you have 2/3 of African Americans, Latinos, and whites in favor of legalization. So it's been a very rapid change. And you see that reflected in the number of states passing legalization initiatives.
Yeah, so are there any other issues that have seen similar trends in polling, just in terms of like the huge shift we've seen with cannabis policy in the past couple of decades?
I think one of the issues that you've seen that shift in is marriage equality. And again, it was the grassroots that brought the change, and we're way ahead of the elites. And it was people's personal experience. One of the things that really changed attitudes initially about cannabis was the medicalization of the issue. Medical marijuana went first, and then legalization went second. And then you had simultaneously the whole feeling about criminal justice reform. But that would be an issue where you saw the same kind of rapid change.
Yeah, we have, federal marriage equality now, but it seems that federal marijuana legalization is still kind of a ways off. John, could you talk about, what are the barriers and, why is this such a slow moving issue on the part of even, state and federal government?
Sure. As Celinda said, the public is way ahead of elites on this, way ahead of elected officials on this. And I think because elected officials, particularly in Congress, tend to stick around for a while, a lot of them are biased either by what drug policy looked like when they first came to Congress, or what drug policy looked like among the elders in Congress. And it was something you stayed away from. It was something that was toxic. We saw congressional races in the 1980s decided because a member of Congress was outed, not outed for being gay or lesbian, but outed for having used cannabis in the past. We saw a Supreme Court justice have to withdraw his nomination because of this. And those things linger in American politics, particularly for elected officials. What we're starting to see now, however, is that transition. And that transition is happening among millennials in Congress. It's also happening among some of the older members of Congress, where they look at the issue and they say, you know what, that guy over there didn't lose his seat when he came out with a full-throated support of cannabis legalization. And so it's probably not going to hurt me either. And so what's starting to spread throughout the Congress is this not just comfort with the issue of cannabis. I think that comfort has been there for a long time. But this idea, this understanding of the reality that you're not going to lose your seat if you come out in favor of it. And what we saw in 2018 was a record number of congressional candidates and members of Congress coming out in favor of legalization. And you know what? None of those races hinged on that position. And in fact, I think the best example of this is Beto O'Rourke's candidacy for Senate in Texas in 2018, someone who came out very aggressively in favor of full-scale legalization in a conservative state against a sitting senator who was not supportive of it, and he came closer than any Democrat has to winning statewide in Texas in decades. That shows you how much this lacks that taboo that it once held.
Yeah, and I think right now, especially as we're in this national debate on race and policing and criminal justice reform, that's also kind of influencing the discussion a bit. Terrence, how do you see, this moment that we're in as a society and how that's influencing, government on the local and state levels versus the federal level?
Well, I believe that race relations are affecting every part of society right now. And permeating in a way that we have not seen in a very long time. And a part of that is something we've been describing as the evolution of the movement for Black lives. It has evolved from a movement of Black people versus the police to a movement of young people versus racism. And that shift, right? And we see this in the composition of the protests that we've seen. The complexion of the protests has changed drastically. These are no longer just Black protests. These are young protests about Black lives, and I think that we see that level of discomfort and disagreement with the over-criminalization of communities affecting how people feel about marijuana policy. So, for example, we've seen white women shift tremendously on issues of race and justice, and become extremely supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement, and I would imagine that will also impact their views on the decriminalization of marijuana. I don't know how that will affect their views on the legalization of marijuana, but it will affect how we can discuss this discuss marijuana policy from a criminal justice perspective in a way that broadens the coalition of support for this issue.
What's your take on the temperature in communities of color on marijuana policy? Because I feel like you have this sort of tension between, the criminal justice reform aspect of it, but also I feel like in a lot of Black communities, there is a resistance to it. I mean, you see in New Jersey, the leader of the Black caucus in the legislature is the one who sort of led the charge on opposing the legalization bill. So how is that tension sort of playing out right now?
Well, there's a generational divide here, where young people are overwhelmingly in favor, and a lot of the older people, and specifically older people in communities of color, are resistant because of the impacts that they've seen drugs have on the community. I imagine that as young people assume their political power as the largest voting bloc in America, that the overwhelming support and demand for progress on this issue is going to even move the most resistant politicians. I mean, we've seen Republicans in the Senate have to put forth criminal justice reform. I would argue that is largely because the largest voting bloc in America has demanded nothing less. And I would imagine that they will continue to demand progress on this issue as well.
John, could you talk more about how cannabis is a low salience issue and tell us about, what that means? And even though there is so much support for it, the implications of it being a low salience issue on elections and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is one of the real challenges that I see within the cannabis advocacy community, and that is this lack of understanding of why cannabis reform is so popular, but it's not really reaching the lips of individuals running for Congress and the levels that we would expect, and that there isn't that type of movement within the Congress for full-scale legalization. And it boils down to exactly what you said, Mona, and that is salience. So a lot of people support cannabis legalization. Most people don't give a damn about it. And so that's an effort that needs to be resolved in any grassroots organization. If you have an issue with widespread support, but a lack of salience, you need to convince people that it's important. And one of the ways to do that is to convince people that it's about a lot more than the plant. To talk about, criminal justice reform, to talk about racial justice, to talk about freedom, to talk about the impact on the business community, et cetera. Those are ways to make an issue like that more relevant to the average voter. Because what we know about the average voter is the average voter does not use cannabis. The average voter does not live in a state where full-scale legalization exists. And so most people care about a lot of other issues. Right now, we're in an environment where a lot of people care about the environment and a lot of people care about racial justice. And to be able to connect to those things will allow cannabis to piggyback on that. But right now, and it's been true since Gallup has been asking the question, cannabis legalization has never been a top 20 issue in the United States for voters. And that's a challenge. It doesn't mean that it won't get passed because of it, but it makes it all that much more difficult to catch the attention in Congress, particularly in a highly polarized Congress where productivity over major pieces of legislation is at an all-time low. Congress needs to then prioritize the issues that it takes up, and this just isn't a priority right now.
I would say also that I think there are two other factors, and I think that's a really smart analysis. One factor is states' rights. I think a lot of people think that, well, we'll just handle it at the states, so who cares where the federal government is, not recognizing the tremendous interconnection in terms of financing and laws. The second thing I think that what you said is so smart, but it's working against us a little bit, because right now when we connect, there are two really salient connections for legalization. One is medical, and the other is criminal justice reform, as Terrence was saying. And people feel like no one's going to get arrested for marijuana anymore, and you can get it medically. So it's taken care of. I got to get a job. I got to keep my family from getting COVID. I've got my kids running around in the middle of Zoom calls. People just have so much on their plates. They think this is kind of taken care of. So I think that is working. Ironically, people think not only is it not a number one issue, but people think it's not. It's kind of taken care of, even if it's an awkward taking care of.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue that even amongst the most supportive voters, even amongst young people and young people of color, and Celinda and I ask these issue priority questions every day. If we were to ask young people of color to force choice, their top 3 most important issue, marijuana is not going to make it in that list. I mean, these are voters that are dealing with issues of life or death. COVID-19 is going to make it in their top 3. Race relations and police brutality are going to make it in there, and jobs. These are life and death urgency issues to them. But if we were to ask them to rate on a scale of 0 to 10 how much they agree or support each of these issues, marijuana is going to get a pretty high rating. And so this is that salience question. Can we connect this to the things that matter to them most, to the things that are in their top 3 issues, and make it a more urgent priority for them?
Terrence, could I pick up on that really quickly? Last Friday, I went down to the mall for the rally that the National Action Network and other organizations put together, and I was really struck by one sign that I saw. And I don't want to draw a broader conclusion based on a single anecdote, but I think there's a bigger point. And it was a young woman, a young Black woman, who was carrying a sign that said, "F marijuana, legalize being Black." And I thought it was a really powerful sign. But I also think it speaks to how little there has been this overlay among thought leaders, among elected officials about why cannabis legalization is criminal justice reform, and that part of legalizing being Black, which I understand fully the sentiment of that, also requires looking at the types of crimes that are being overcharged within communities of color. But for that woman, she saw this as competition. She saw this as, if we focus on cannabis, we're not focusing on criminal justice reform. And I think it speaks to a real need within the advocacy community to connect those 2 issues better.
I mean, we see the House planning to bring the MORE Act up for a vote in September, which is a pretty comprehensive piece of legalization legislation. It would deschedule marijuana. It has provisions for expungements. It has provisions for community reinvestment. What are why do you guys think the House is prioritizing that at this point? How could this benefit the Democrats in November? I mean, the timing is interesting because it's right before the election. But it is curious to me because there are provisions of the bill that Joe Biden doesn't necessarily support. So, as political strategists, why do you think the Democrats are doing this right now, and how might that help them in November?
Part of it is you are seeing some change in leadership in Congress. And I thought John's analysis was so astute about generations of leadership and what grounds them. But you are seeing change in leadership, generational change in leadership. And so I think a lot of people are just doing it because, independent of where other people are at, they just think it's the right thing to do. I think there is also a cohort of leadership that is connecting this to criminal justice reform and Black Lives Matter, et cetera, and the really, really critical issues of our time, the moral issues of our time. But from a purely crass political standpoint, I think the other thing is this is an issue that can mobilize voters, particularly young voters and people of color and young people of color, and with no backlash. Even marriage equality, and it wasn't that was promoted because it would mobilize voters, it was promoted because it was the right thing to do. But that issue had people that it mobilized and people that it mobilized against. Ironically, marijuana legalization doesn't mobilize anybody against it. It just mobilizes people for it. And so I think for a lot of people that are looking at turnout in their own races, particularly in a situation where the ballot counting is very, very unclear, and want to make sure that they have some things to mobilize young people and young people of color.
Yeah, I think picking up the MORE Act right now is actually a signal to the Biden campaign, and that is Congress saying, if you're president, we'll be there for you, but you need to be there for us. And I think it's a little bit of a chicken game. I could see the Congress putting a bill like that on President Biden's desk and daring him to veto it. It might not be exactly what he's looking for, but a really quick path to being a one-term president for Joe Biden would be to veto a criminal justice reform bill like the MORE Act. And I think it's Congress looking at the Democratic platform, looking at what the Biden campaign has said on this, openly disagreeing with it and signaling to Democratic voters that just because Joe Biden doesn't necessarily support full-scale legalization doesn't mean it won't get done. And I don't think it's an accident that the piece of legislation coming up was one of the primary sponsors was the vice presidential nominee for the Democratic Party.
What Celinda pointed out, the generational shift in Congress is so important. In 2018, we saw Congress go from 3% millennial to 13% millennial. In 2020, I expect that number to almost double. We've seen a lot of, as a result specifically of Democratic primaries, where a younger generation is beginning to seize the mantles of power, primarily to do just this, to drive issues that have not been sailing in Congress, drive issues that are important to a generation that are not being represented in Congress. And then I would also add that, we're also seeing this at the state level as well, that the ability to get these type of ballot measures added in November as mobilizing forces. And so I believe that, the generational shift is just going to drive this a lot faster. And we're going to see that perpetuated through this 2020 election.
How do you guys think that campaigns on both sides of the aisle should be framing this issue? Because it seems like, for example, as you say, the ballot initiatives tend to drive out young voters, and President Trump himself even made a reference, a couple of weeks ago that having marijuana on the ballot could hurt, a Republican governor candidate. But at the same time, you have a whole bunch of Republicans in Congress do support marijuana reform. How can each party frame the issue in a way that benefits them?
I've seen Republicans like Rand Paul and Matt Gaetz really position this as a freedom and liberty. They're just Republican values that align here. Limited government, freedom and liberty, and even fiscal conservatism. Which is what has driven Rand Paul to be such a fervent criminal justice reform advocate. And so I think that that for Republicans that want to drive this issue, there are a lot of values that connect there. Obviously, on the Democratic side, it's social justice and criminal justice reform, and being able to connect this more broadly to a movement for Black and Brown lives.
I think the other thing that's really interesting, we did the polling for the Colorado initiative. And at that time, we were having some trouble with suburban moms. We put the money into education, the revenue into education, in part to get those suburban moms. And we made up for that little bit of softness with suburban moms who were worried about teenagers with support from libertarian cowboys on the Western Slope and rural Colorado. And Terrence is exactly right. This was a freedom, libertarian, stand in my backyard, don't tell me what to do kind of issue that was very, very strong. So I think one of the things you're going to see is a lot of Western Republicans that if they don't join, they're going to have a heck of a time explaining to their voters why they're interfering in people's private choices.
Yeah, and we have, Montana is voting on marijuana legalization in November. South Dakota is voting on it. So it'll be really interesting to see the outcomes of those elections and how they influence Congress. Looking forward, I'm just curious if any of you guys have predictions in terms of when federal marijuana legalization might happen.
Well, I'll jump in first, and I've said this multiple times. I'm sure some of our viewers have heard me say it. Federal legalization is not going to happen as long as Mitch McConnell is the Senate Majority Leader. He opposes it. It's just not something he's supportive of. Now, that's not to say that if Chuck Schumer became majority leader or another Republican other than McConnell became majority leader, that would fast track legalization. But right now, he is a gatekeeper who is keeping the gate shut on this issue. I do think in 2021, when a new Congress is sworn in, if there's a Democratic majority, it dramatically increases the likelihood of this happening. I do think that regardless of who is elected president in 2020, if a legalization bill lands on the president's desk, it probably doesn't get vetoed. I think it's true of Biden, it's true of Trump, but the path to getting there is a more difficult one. It's also almost impossible to imagine a scenario in which President Trump is reelected and Democrats also take control of the Senate. And so because of that, I think, at least in the short term, it would require Democratic majorities in both houses of Congress and Joe Biden being president. But short of that, it probably requires, 2022 or 2024 to really break that logjam.
So Linda or Terrence, do you have any thoughts?
The only thing I would say as a slight nuance is I do think, I'm hoping that Joe Biden is elected president, but I do think that there is a pathway actually to taking the Senate without taking the presidency. So that would be the only, but I thought that analysis was exactly right. That would be the only thing that I would disagree with. And I think that in terms of keeping millennials engaged, if that happens, you might see Democrats move this for 2022 races.
We are just encroaching on the primary function of Congress here, to govern interstate commerce, to levy taxes. I mean, this is soon to become an abdication of duty. That this is not being regulated more federally, and so I can't predict when it's going to happen. I imagine that a generational shift in power is going to perpetuate this a bit faster. But it is incumbent on the activist community to increase the salience, to message this to voters where they are, to connect this to the issues that matter to them. And I think that's what it's going to take to actually move Congress here.
Well, we're just about out of time. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time talking to all of you. I feel like I could talk to you all for hours about this issue. So thank you to all of our panelists and the National Cannabis Festival for having us.
Thank you for the wonderful moderation.
Yeah,
and
thank you, Mona.
Great panelists. I learned a lot.
Hello, everyone. My name is Layla Macklid, and I chair the Advocacy Committee for the National Cannabis Festival and our Policy Summit. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Congressman David Joyce of Ohio is a co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus and a champion for states' rights. He understands that cannabis is an effective, non-lethal, pain relief alternative to opioids, and he has worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to secure legislative language allowing veterans hospitals to dispense marijuana and treat post-traumatic stress disorder. Please join me in welcoming Congressman David Joyce.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be joining you for this year's virtual National Cannabis Policy Summit. I'm proud to be a leader in the effort to protect the rights of states across the country, like Ohio, that have voted to implement responsible, common-sense cannabis policies. As you know, the vast majority of states, as well as D.C., Guam, and Puerto Rico, have enacted laws that, in varying degrees, permit residents to use cannabis or CBD. However, there's a massive discrepancy between those laws and the federal government's cannabis policy. I've seen that policy hurt legitimate businesses, divert law enforcement resources needed elsewhere, and stifle important medical research. The fact of the matter is that it's past time for Congress to clarify cannabis policy on the federal level and ensure states are free to make their own decisions for the best interests of their constituency. That's why I introduced the States Act. The States Act ensures each state has the right to determine for itself the best approach to cannabis policy within its borders without fear of repercussions from the federal government. It also contains common sense guardrails to ensure that states, territories, and tribes regulating cannabis do so in a manner that is safe and respectful of potential impacts on their neighbors. When I introduced the States Act alongside my friend and Democratic colleague Earl Blumenauer, we received overwhelming bipartisan, bicameral support, including from Senator Cory Gardner and Elizabeth Warren, who introduced the bill in the Senate. The issue presents an opportunity to show the American people how effective Congress can be when there's bipartisanship involved. With 47 states already acted on this issue, we can't sit here and do nothing. I can assure you that I'll continue to do everything in my power to get the states' acts across the finish line and work to address the federal government's outdated and ineffective cannabis policy. Enjoy the rest of the Policy Summit. God bless.
Hello again. I'm particularly excited to introduce our next discussion, the conservative case for cannabis and criminal justice reform. As you know from our last panel, support for cannabis policy reform comes from across the political spectrum, with more than 66% of Americans supporting legalization in some form. As public opinion has shifted, so too has an increase in conservative and libertarian lawmakers who support legalization in the name of personal liberty, states' rights, and small government. Please join me in welcoming the panelists for our next discussion. California Congressman Lou Correa, Grover Norquist, President of Americans for Tax Reform, Vikram P. Reddy, Senior Fellow for Criminal Justice Reform at the Charles Koch Institute, and our moderator, Catherine Mangu Ward, Editor-in-Chief at Reason Magazine. Directly after this discussion, there will be a live Q&A. To participate, get on Twitter right now and during the panel and tweet at the National Cannabis Festival using the hashtag CannaSummit2020 with your questions. Catherine, take it away.
Thanks so much for having us. I'm Catherine Mangu Ward. I'm the editor-in-chief of Reason Magazine, the magazine of free minds and free markets. We've been covering cannabis policy since our very first issues in 1968. I am not a conservative, but I am delighted to be here moderating the panel, The Conservative Case for Cannabis and Criminal Justice Reform. I am joined today by a real star-studded crew. We have Congressman Lou Correa of California. The last thing that the congressman did in the before times was to get his Veterans Cannabis Research Act out of committee, so we'll be talking about that. I am also joined by Grover Norquist, the president for Americans for Tax Reform. He needs very little introduction to this crowd, I think, other than to say that he has been to Burning Man. And finally, I am joined by Vikram Reddy, who is a senior fellow in criminal justice reform at the Charles Koch Institute. I've had the pleasure of working with Vikram for many years. He is presumably so tired of explaining to people that actually Charles Koch is a libertarian. We will have him do that again today. So let's start with the biggest question, which is, why did it take conservatives so long to get on the cannabis bandwagon? And maybe we should start with Grover for that one.
Sure. Back in the 90s, Speaker Gingrich, I noticed, and others kept conflating drugs and crime. And as long as drugs and crime were the same issue, the modern Republican Party, the modern conservative movement was going to be against crime, which meant against drugs. And you could perhaps take marijuana to the side and not consider it the same thing as heroin or cocaine, but that was a different project line. I think two things. As we began to work on criminal justice reform, a lot of conservatives at the state level, a lot of the state think tanks, were looking, do we need to have this many people in prison for this long? You really ran up against the drug laws as one of the major challenges, things that everybody sort of agreed, who's in prison who shouldn't be here? Well, the guys that sell marijuana. They really have to be there that long, if at all. And drugs, and at least marijuana, but drugs became separated from crime, and the whole issue of criminal justice reform, how much do you want, what people in prison, what people do you want in prison for how long, really separated out between victimless crimes and real crimes. And when you focus on real crimes and you set the victimless crimes off to the side, you get a discussion of an end of drug prohibition. But I would argue that even though there's as much chatter about ending drug prohibition, that's really what drives a lot of criminal justice reform among conservatives, that this thing is attached to something that it shouldn't be attached to, drugs and crime. And when you separate them out, you can do real criminal justice reform, but then you also have to rethink drug prohibition.
Ikran, the Charles Koch Institute has been making that connection for a long time and urging conservatives to do so along with them. Can you talk a little bit about your framework for the work that you do and how that fits in with the dynamic that Grover just described?
Yeah, I think it fits in really well, because what Grover is getting at is that the central issue that's so important to conservatives is public safety. They started associating public safety with drugs several decades ago. And you can understand why they did that. There was a horrible crack epidemic, for example, that was connected to public safety in some ways. And these associations with all kinds of drugs just started taking off. But you got to find ways to unwind that. And there are, precedents for this in conservative history. William F. Buckley, throughout this entire period, when conservatives were, very worried about the scourge of drugs, was actually pro-legalization. So these currents exist deep within conservatives, and it's just a matter of bringing them out. There is a culture of liberty within conservative thinking and within progressive thinking. It's just that both conservatives and progressives tend to kind of suppress it with certain issues. It's there. You've got to bring it out on the drug issue. And I think it's starting to emerge for a lot of the reasons that Grover identified.
It had to become safe, politically safe. People had to believe, elected officials had to, because you talked to congressmen for many years, do you think marijuana should be decriminalized or legalized? Yeah, sure. But I'm not going to talk about it because they thought they'd get attacked. When some of those measures were put on the ballot to decriminalize marijuana, to legalize cannabis, then people say, oh, so there's popular support for this. So maybe it isn't as dangerous to me politically to begin to step out on the edge of that ledge and I won't fall off. That's one of the things that's taken so much time for people to.
I once heard you say, Grover, everyone's okay with it as long as everyone's okay with it. I think you're talking about criminal justice reform. Right. That's the same issue with marijuana.
I think that's true of a lot of issues, in fact, and maybe a little beyond the scope of our panel here. But we obviously have Grover's long perspective here, but we don't need him to Congress-splain, because we have a congressman here to chat with us about what it's like to be a person crafting legislation in a moment when public opinion is really turning on cannabis. What has your experience been? You've been working on these issues for a long time.
I have, and let me say that many years ago, 60s and 70s, at the highest levels, we declared war on drugs. The problem was the solution should have been a medical one and not a criminal one. Fast forward till today, that we have a situation where not only are you looking at cannabis, which is probably the easiest in terms of decriminalizing and moving forward, but all of the drugs. This is not a criminal issue. This is a medical issue. And I think what's going on right now, just from a political and economic aspect, is we're bankrupting our society, trying to imprison everybody that has a drug issue. We have homelessness, we have mental issues, we have drug issues. They're all related one form or another. And the sooner we can address these issues, the better we will be in society. And I like to say, just a quick commercial, is this is not a conservative issue or a liberal issue. This is a practical issue. Jerry Brown opened our prison doors a few years ago and said, everybody's out, early release. Yes, Mr. Governor, but you forgot to do the wraparound services, okay? You can't open up prison doors at midnight and say you are free without giving you health care, without giving you drug care, health care, a place to go. And what we have today, a spike in homelessness, and we have issues of crime in our streets related to drug addiction. But we could come up with some real solutions as opposed to these jerky, conservative, liberal solutions. They have to be practical solutions that deal with my neighborhoods. I have a local county jail less than a mile away from my house. And I can tell you, homelessness is a major issue. And all those people I see at night, in the day, many of them, I should say, have tattoos everywhere. I know where they came from. It breaks my heart to see that we are not dealing with them the way we should, but rather we're dealing with them with political solutions, not practical solutions.
Congressman, I see you have some photos behind you, and I mentioned earlier the particular kind of sub-issue on cannabis reform, which is how it could potentially be useful as a treatment for veterans, especially those struggling with PTSD. You've done some work on that. Can you talk a little bit about the ways in which veterans issues resonate, especially with conservatives?
Well, they resonate with me. I have a lot of veterans live in my district, some still from World War II to the latest set of veterans. And probably about 15, 20 years ago, I started having veterans coming to my office and saying, we want cannabis to address our invisible wounds issues, our mental health issues, the issues we bring back from the battlefield. We don't want opioids, we want cannabis. And we found a whole slew of laws that would prohibit them from getting cannabis. And that kind of set me off on a course to get veterans what they wanted. And of course, today at the federal level, we find that even at the VA, where I believe probably 70% of our veterans are medicating with cannabis, the VA refuses to do medical research to find out what cannabis is good for and what cannabis is not good for. And to me, it breaks my heart to see that at the federal level, we are not even doing the research to try to figure out how we can help our veterans. So when a veteran comes in and says, what's cannabis good for, what's cannabis not good for, our medical experts don't know how to answer that question. And when you have other countries like Israel ahead of us and other nations that are doing this research, I think it's preposterous for the greatest country in the world with our pharmaceutical research, our universities that could be doing this research, that we can't touch it. So today, I'm trying to pass some laws essentially saying to the VA, it's okay for you to do this research. And by the way, after you do the research, you got to report back to us what you've discovered. A lot of the VA, in my opinion, are bureaucrats afraid to lose their jobs, so they don't want to touch this issue. And all I'm asking the VA to do is do their job and take care of our veterans.
Vikram, can you talk a little bit about where you see sort of the healthcare issue broadly, where that fits in with your kind of profile of issues? Because I think, we, as Grover has aptly explained, we often see the very tight connection between cannabis reform and criminal justice reform, but it really touches on a whole slate of issues. The Congressman just mentioned, needed research, but where does healthcare specifically overlap with cannabis on your beat, so to speak?
I think it's where Representative Correa mentioned, with the possibility these days that cannabis could be a replacement for opioids. Because we talk so much about the pandemic, which dominates the news, but before the pandemic, the biggest kind of major story in the country was the opioid epidemic, and that never quite went away. It's still out there. It's going to be around when the pandemic leaves, and we're all looking for something to help resolve that problem. It's possible that cannabis is a reasonable alternative. Now, as Representative Correa said, we don't really know because we're not permitted to do adequate research on it. And we're in kind of a weird place here, right? Because we've scheduled cannabis as this incredibly serious drug because, in part, because we don't think it has any really, realistic health uses. But the problem is, if we're not allowed to do any research on it, as the years and years go by, it continues to stay scheduled where it is, even though it's very possible that because of, new developments and new technologies that other countries are learning about, as the representative mentioned, that it really could be useful. So, step one is just to allow people to do the research. I think it's fair to say that just because you legalize something doesn't mean you're going to get rid of all kinds of problems. There will be problems that need to be managed. But the best way to manage those problems is to do research on the substance and start to determine solutions that way.
And let me point, Mr. Reddy, that you're absolutely right. When it came to alcohol abuse, when it comes to smoking, driving and drinking and driving, it's an education process, okay? You didn't make tobacco totally illegal, but you started educating folks on the negativity of smoking. Drinking and driving. Mothers Against Drunk Driving and other groups came out and said, this is irresponsible behavior. And I think that's the way you address the issue of drug abuse. You're absolutely right. If we make them legal or if we make them illegal, you're not going to change people's behavior much. The issue is education.
It is interesting because we have been through this before with alcohol. We did prohibition.
Yes.
Just what we did with drugs and cannabis, we did with alcohol. And the country lived with it for 10 years. And, you know, all sorts of crime was associated with the alcohol business because you couldn't have a legal contract for Al Capone to buy and sell beer. You had to go shoot the people who didn't want to help you make your sales. And so you had machine guns. Whereas most of the American beer companies and spirits companies rarely have to use machine guns these days because it's perfectly legal. And you can take the crime out of drugs and cannabis if you take the crime part out, make it not a crime to buy, sell, use various drugs. And all of a sudden the crime part of it goes away. And one of the interesting questions is, how much does that actually free up prison cells? How much does that actually reduce crime? People hurting each other because this is my street corner to sell stuff on.
Yep.
Again, McDonald's rarely has to shoot it out with Burger King for what part of the street they get to operate on. If you take the crime part, crime and drugs are together because somebody made drugs a crime.
And let me add to Mr. Grover's comments that these dollars that this black market of drugs generate are creating corruption around the world. Latin America, Central America, Mexico. These governments are unstable because of all these drug dollars that are generating instability. And so again, there's a lot of negativity that comes from, you know, our drug policies as they exist today.
I want to transition to talking about some economic issues here as well, which I think we've already hinted at a bit. I want to remind people who are following along at home to send us questions for the live Q&A that will happen right after this panel. You can use the hashtag CannaSummit2020 and we will get your questions on the Twitter machine. Let's talk a little bit about the economic implications of decriminalization and legalization. We've already hinted at, you know, the implications for, you know, when there's a black market and when all of that money is flowing around outside of the law. I don't know if you guys have heard, but we have like a not great situation right now in terms of government balance sheets. We have like a little bit of debt that we're facing at the moment. Deficits are astronomical. Some people have said that cannabis legalization and the resulting presumably extensive but as yet not fully quantified industry could yield tax revenues. But I think in states that have legalized, we've seen a little bit of a more complicated dynamic where if the taxation and regulation are high, the black and gray markets remain even when there is legalization. Grover, can we start with you as our resident tax nerd to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, there'll be some tax on marijuana. There is the way there is on cigarettes or beer or something. But when it gets excessive, you lose the benefits of not having a black market, of displacing a black market. And we've seen this even in Colorado, certainly in Washington State, California. They got so greedy that they're not replacing all of the black market. There still is all the problems associated with that. And the other one is some idiot runs around and goes, why don't we treat marijuana like alcohol? Well, because we had prohibition and we undid prohibition, the constitutional amendment that ended prohibition allowed every state to have stupid laws on liquor that you'd never allow on any other consumer product in the world about how you sell it. And they have all these monopoly rents that, that producers and wholesalers, you want to get rich, be a wholesaler of beer, spirits, or alcohol, you can't ever lose the job. And distribution makes it much more expensive, and it's just a mess. That is not the model. The model is everything else we do in the world, not the way we treat alcohol. And even that we're beginning to peel back a little bit, but it's very problematic. One quick thing, and that is, I like the state-by-state approach. Because if we want people to feel comfortable passing cannabis decriminalization, legalization, and other drugs in Missouri, it's really helpful to have several other states to point to where the world didn't end, not everybody died, and people still go to work, and that you can point to and say, see, and then it will pass much more quickly than if it had to be Washington, D.C. all or nothing. That's when it would be endless. Because we were doing sort of Washington, D.C. all or nothing in people's minds, the answer was nothing. State by state, we're moving much faster than I thought we would. And if somebody makes mistakes like over-regulating the market, hopefully other future states will avoid that.
And yet, Congressman, we do still have a federal prohibition on marijuana commercialization.
I think we went backwards under this administration. We did have the Cole memo that essentially said, if you have Bible regulation at the state level, leave them alone, let them do what they're doing correctly. And of course, the Cole memo was rescinded. I think moving forward, I agree with Grover. Let states do what they need to do. And I'm hoping in the next few weeks we pass some legislation, at least in the House. I don't think anything's going to get done in the next 60, 90 days in Congress, but pass something that begins to signal that we want to do something at the national level to make cannabis not a Schedule I drug, but not deschedule it completely. And let me agree with Grover as well that you got to be careful how much you tax cannabis. In California, overtaxing cannabis has led to the reemergence of a black market. And two things. Yes, you can raise revenue from cannabis, but number two, you assure that the consumers of cannabis are consuming something that's free of chemicals, something that's organically grown, something that's not going to fry your brain. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to having a regulated, viable cannabis market, but you can't tax it too much. In California also, you can, I think the law says that you can grow your own at home 5 or 6 adult plants. And every morning I go out jogging in my neighborhood, I can smell those crops, okay? So there is a limit as to how much you can tax cannabis.
You know, Catherine, there's another important point here. We're talking about the taxation of cannabis and the revenue that we could get that way, but it's also true that you could save money by just putting less of those kinds of resources into the criminal justice system for cannabis enforcement, right? So you get some additional revenue that way. There are police officers who are out there enforcing cannabis laws who don't necessarily need to be doing that kind of work. It's also true that there are people behind bars, not that many for cannabis, so they do exist, but there are a lot of people who are behind bars because they've done something else and they've been told as a condition of probation to stay away from cannabis. They touch the stuff and all of a sudden they're thrown back in. And there are lots and lots of people like that, and we're spending lots and lots of money to house them. So even if the tax on cannabis were zero, states would see more money simply because they're not shuttling all these funds unnecessarily into criminal justice.
Vikran, I know you also do a lot of work on over-policing and over-criminalization generally. I think you're right that often cannabis becomes a probation violation. It can also become an additional charge in a traffic stop or something like that, which can send people down a spiral of what starts as a fine and ends up as real life-ruining potential imprisonment. But at the same time, I will say, advocates of marijuana legalization for many, many years have claimed quite a lot for the drug. It cures your, it's going to make your cataracts go away. It ends your migraines, your PTSD is gone, your depression is over. And part of that is, as the Congressman has referenced, because we actually are still waiting for good, definitive, gold standard research. And so what we're working with is anecdotal. I think that there's sometimes a tendency to do that on the policy side with legalization too. If we legalize or decriminalize cannabis, our prisons will be spacious and our budgets will be balanced and our coffers will be full and our communities will be happy. What are the places where you are kind of skeptical of some of the claims about what legalization can accomplish, even if you are in the end an advocate?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, one thing that you'd want to think about is what happens with traffic, for example. I think we've talked about this. The Representative Correa was talking about drunk driving. Stone driving is going to be a problem also. There are more people doing that. They're driving really slowly and stopping really, really slowly in the middle of an intersection. I don't know what kinds of traffic problems could escalate. Those kinds of things will happen. You're simply going to have more stoned people out there. Some people may think, well, that's no big deal whatsoever, but I don't know, to what extent does that limit ambition? Does it result in, worse educational outcomes? Thinking about all of this stuff is reasonable. It's totally reasonable to say, look, it's not going to be a utopia just because we legalize this substance. But legalizing it and studying it and experimenting with it, I really like Grover's point about the federalism angle here. Different states trying different kinds of things is going to give us a better sense of how to manage the problems. That's the key. Look, a lot of those problems already exist in the country, but we need to get a better sense of how to manage them.
Conservative versus liberal solutions. 10 years ago in the state Senate, I authored a bill, zero tolerance in terms of driving and medicating, and I could not make it out of committee. I was attacked because it was a conservative solution, and I said, no, this is a common sense solution. I'm not saying don't go out and medicate. I'm saying if you medicate, don't drive. And we get caught up in these silos. Is this, taking away my pot, or is this not conservative or not conservative? It's common sense solutions. What is the medical benefits? We know what they are. It cures glaucoma, helps glaucoma. It stops epileptic seizures. I've had doctors come and testify, but unless we get that federal research in place, we don't know what else cannabis is good for. And finally, let me say that both conservatives and liberals should come together and come up with common sense solutions and not label it red or blue. Just come up with solutions that are good for all Americans.
So I want to ask a kind of final question to each of the panelists, which is the kind of question that people on panels hate, and I don't care, and I'm going to ask you anyway, which is to look into the future. I want you to tell me when you see this issue being in our rear view mirror, and you can kind of define that however you want, but in the same way that public opinion tipped on, for instance, gay marriage, it's sort of considered a settled matter. When do we get to the point where the idea that marijuana is legal, fully legal, is non-controversial, or do we never get there because there really are some substantial barriers? So, and let's start with Grover.
10 years and 15 years, all other drugs will follow. I think that the rationale for legalizing cannabis and for legalizing heroin and cocaine are really the same argument. We've seen some examples in Portugal and other countries, Switzerland, that you'll see the speed up once people agree that the decriminalization, legalization of marijuana worked, was better than before. It has the problems now, there'll be problems then. Fewer problems, less expensive problems, less lives ruined, that you'll see the speed up. So 10 to 15 years.
Vikrant, what about you?
I won't give a year, but I'll say this: within our lifetimes. And the reason I'll define it that way is that, the name of this panel is, what has taken conservatives so long? What we probably haven't talked enough about is just the sheer demographics of it. The average 40-year-old conservative is a lot more comfortable around cannabis than the average 80-year-old conservative. In fact, it's probably the same for the average 40 versus 80-year-old progressive. That demographic change is a big, big deal. Eventually, you're just going to get to a point where there are so many people in the country who are not as terrified by the issue, not as terrified by the substance. And that's going to change things in a huge avalanche.
So basically the boomers are a bunch of stoners and they weren't really willing to admit it, but they're, the next crew behind them is fine. Is that a fair characterization?
It may even be that it's the boomers themselves that get us there. It could be there's still a generation before the boomers, right? The silent generation, they're still around. One of them is running for president, I believe. And they have a big influence in policy making.
And what about you, Congressman? What's your prediction?
I'm laughing because the last time I went to visit a local cannabis shop in my district, most of the clients were my age, 60 years plus, and they were the ones that were dropping the $100 cash bills on the counter to walk out. And then I noticed a senior citizen bus driving to the cannabis shop, all these seniors with their walkers walking in and walking out with a bunch of paper bags of product, okay? I swear that's what I saw. But to answer your question, we've been waiting for cannabis to be legal since the 70s. It's a very hard political question to answer, but I agree with Mr. Reddy. I think within a year we'll have the restoration of the Cole memo, and that'll help hopefully give the opportunity for states to go in their own direction. What I'd like to see also is at the federal level, the ability to let local universities and research institutions do research into cannabis without being penalized, that is, losing their federal grants. That would be a major push forward. I think within a year, we'll have research and we'll have a Cole memo restored. And that will open up, by the way, the floodgates to what Grover talks about, which is, I think the other drugs should follow as well. It just makes total sense.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I really appreciate you joining me for this panel. I think we're going to have live Q&A after this, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
We are back to take your questions. Sadly, the Congressman couldn't join us, but Vikrant and Grover are ready. We're going to start with a question from the audience from Raju, who asks, what are the state, federal, and local courts doing with cannabis disputes? And maybe we could start with Grover. I think the way to begin answering that question is to talk about the underlying federal law and how that sits with state and local laws that are kicking in now.
Sure. Federalism, allowing states to legalize marijuana one at a time, is a great strategy. However, it runs into a couple of problems, federal laws. One, the federal law says it's illegal, but they've been willing to say, okay, but we won't enforce it. But there is a problem with banking. The banks have all been told you cannot bank illicit money, otherwise we come down at you with all the rules against terrorism. We need a law that says you can bank safely across state lines. That law is prepared, and I had expected to pass a year or two ago. Mitch McConnell agreed to support it. It was being put forward by the Colorado senator and Massachusetts's Democrat senator. And then in addition to that, we have a tax problem. The tax problem is in 1982, they discovered that if you're a criminal, you get taxed on your ill-gotten gains. And my parents always told me as a kid, if you're a bank robber, you go rob a bank and they catch you, they will tax you on your earnings, but you can take as deductions all the hoodlums you hired with you and the cost of gas and rental car and things like that. You deduct your expenses. Well, somebody from Columbia and the pharmaceutical industry got in trouble and arrested, and they were going to tax him on all his gains. And he said, well, here are my expenses. This got in the newspapers. Congress was outraged that you could take expenses on being taxed on your profits from selling cocaine. And so they passed a law that says you cannot take expenses. What that means is federal law for people selling marijuana legally in Colorado, that 35%, now 21% corporate rate was not on your earnings, not on your profits, on your sales. And that really raises the cost of selling marijuana. That needs to be normalized. Again, Mitch McConnell had agreed to do it. The president had agreed to sign it. They couldn't get the underlying bill together. But those two fixes need to be done to allow federalism, to allow cannabis sales to move across state lines.
I really hope that they don't start enforcing that, prohibition on taking expenses on ill-gotten gains on journalists, because everyone I know will be in trouble for sure. Vikrant, can you talk a little bit about the kind of federalism challenges that marijuana policymakers and legalizers are facing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the very thing Grover was just talking about, the fact that it's all well and good that states can experiment and do what they want and engage in federalism, but at the end of the day, you run into this big buzzsaw, which is federal law. This substance is still technically illegal at the federal level, so the basic question is whether or not it's going to be enforced. And we're just buffeting back and forth between administrations and deciding, all right, based on who the attorney general is, we're either going to enforce this or not enforce this. If it's Eric Holder, we won't enforce it. If it's Jeff Sessions, we will enforce it. And we just kind of shift back and forth. That's not clarity, and that makes it really, really difficult for people involved in this business to make any kinds of decisions.
So that actually goes right into a question from Pamela Wexler in DC, who asks, if states have messed up alcohol sale and regulation, why would it work for cannabis? It seems you are contradicting yourself, Grover Norquist. Don't we need a federal marketplace and or regulation? Grover, since you were called out, why don't you take that one first?
Sure. It would be obviously much better to have a federal non-rule. I mean, we don't need to pass legislation. We need to repeal legislation. Marijuana is not illegal, not to make, not to buy, done, end of conversation. What else needs to be said? That was what they had on the ballot in North Dakota that lost narrowly, instead of all these complicated things where they decide how much to tax it and who's going to get the goodies and all the silly regulations that they had on top of it to make it more look like alcohol, beer, and spirits, which is a lousy way to structure. I would my argument for what we ought to do is simply say it's not illegal anymore, done. And whatever stupid laws the states have exist on marijuana as they do on plastic straws, but that's it. So yes, get rid of the federal law against marijuana being a legal product, a consumer product, and then the states just should treat it like any other product, not like it was alcohol, but like it was anything else.
Vikrant, this question is for you to start. I'm wondering if, and it's inspired somewhat by a question from Bronwyn Flores, who's in DC. Can you talk about what you see or what you anticipate in terms of partisan politics? The MORE Act is up for a vote this month. There continues to be some amount of policymaking and legislation occurring even in an election year. What do you see from Republicans specifically happening in the next couple of months as we lead into an election with respect to cannabis?
We were talking about this off camera, and Grover said pretty directly, nothing. And I agree with him.
Okay, I agree
just too divisive of an issue to do at this point in election year.
We'll give the short answer then, which is we are not optimistic about movement on this from Republicans or from anyone. There's another question, which is from somebody whose handle is that one cool kid. I think there's a couple cool kids around here, but who asks, where should a tax be placed along the production chain for cannabis? Is it a tax on producers, manufacturers, or retail level tax? And should the tax be on weight or THC content? So this is kind of a technical question, but I think it's an interesting one. And it gets, again, to how high level the decision making is about some of these questions versus how local, and how to kind of regularize cannabis and how it fits into other types of products. Grover, what's your thought on that?
Sure. Well, you just simply said, okay, marijuana is legal to buy, sell, and own and make for yourself. Then it would be treated like any other product, and it would be taxed at all those places. The federal government would have a corporate income tax on any corporate structure that produced, manufactured, transported, sold marijuana, and then at the store level, when you buy it at the local CVS, they tax the corporate income tax on CVS, and states that have sales taxes would apply a sales tax. Now, because politicians think that we want marijuana legalization and so much that we'll pay high taxes for it, they're talking not just about sales taxes, but high excise taxes, so the state can make a bunch of money. And the politicians can go please some other coalition at the expense of cannabis users. So add the excise tax that you have for cigarettes, beer, telephones, those sorts of things. That's probably a state-by-state, city-by-city project. It would be useful if states passed a law that said there's a state sales tax on marijuana, but no local government can add taxes to that. And that's done with many, many products. It would be wise to get that vote in each state where cannabis was legally sold or in the future. But they're going to tax it at every level of production, just like they do with steel, automobiles, and legal bills.
During the main body of the panel, we didn't get a chance to talk about one other aspect of legalization that I think has some interesting overlaps with increased interest from conservatives and conservative and Republican policymakers, which is the question of policing and how marijuana legalization fits into both over-policing and potential to magnify or complement other policing reforms and criminal justice reforms that are in the works right now, partially in response to protests, and also that had kind of been in the works even before the protests, as conservatives warmed up to the idea of criminal justice reform as a conservative issue. Vikrant, can you talk a little bit about where the question of policing, which is such an important question right now, fits in?
Oh, sure. I think this is a really critical part of this discussion. We're having this big national debate about policing and how to improve policing. And it seems to me that at the most basic level, what we want to do is just reduce the number of adversarial interactions that are happening between police and civilians. And to the extent that cannabis is illegal, it's going to produce lots of adversarial interactions because police officers are going to start walking up to young men, and it is often young men, and starting to ask them questions about, well, what do you have in your pocket, or what are you holding, or what are you smoking there? Some percentage of those conversations are going to turn aggressive because quite often young men don't enjoy having conversations like that with authority figures. Trust me, I used to be a young man. I know all about that. And some percentage of those are going to turn flat out deadly. Even if those incidents don't turn into deadly altercations where force is used, they're still uncomfortable. They're going to result in the person going home and complaining to his friends and his family about how this thing happened to me today when I was minding my own business. And a friend is going to say, the same thing happened to me last week. And you develop this culture. In fact, we already have developed this culture of profound mistrust and resentment of the police. That's just an untenable situation. It's the situation we're in right now. What you want to do is just reduce the number of adversarial interactions. The hope is that if this happens, you'll start to, have maybe a more positive working relationship between members of the community and police officers.
And those looking to decriminalize, legalize cannabis have allies who want to reduce the number of other ways in which police needlessly interact with citizens. The gentleman who was killed by police who sat on top of him because he was selling single cigarettes. Well, there was a law passed by a legislature that made it a go to jail crime to sell somebody one cigarette instead of a pack of cigarettes, okay? Did the police kill him or did that stupid law kill him? You hadn't had the stupid law, you wouldn't have had the interaction and you wouldn't have had a dead person, and the law is stupid. And you have laws against having knives in your pocket that 18 states have abolished. We need more to do that, but that's another way. Kids get, open up your pockets, knife, oh, is that a felony? Nice to see you. This gives all sorts of challenges. Cities that raise a lot of money by giving people tickets. How many times have you seen somebody or been somebody screaming at a policeman, giving you a ticket as you're trying to get in a car from parking on the street and it ran out or you forgot to put the quarters in? To have armed policemen giving tickets to cars, or when we had a 55-mile-an-hour stupid speed limit, when they would stop, guys with guns would stop you because you were driving 65 miles an hour, which a couple of years earlier and a couple of years later was a perfectly legal thing to do and a perfectly reasonable thing to do with roads built for 75 miles an hour. So there's a whole group of people that say, you know what, let's reduce the number of dumb laws because then you reduce the number of potentially deadly interactions. And if you're not willing to pull a gun, then the law is not worth having. And so make a list of the things you're not willing to shoot people about and get rid of those laws.
I mean, I think it's, in some ways it feels almost like Eric Gardner's death, which is what you were referring to earlier, is, it was almost the sort of thing that a libertarian who has long opposed overcriminalization and especially overcriminalization of substances, you could script that interaction. And I think prior to the last few years, someone would have said, you're overstating the case. This is actually not something that happens very often. Yes. And a big change in the last few years has been a real increase in awareness that this is something that happens actually quite often and that it's a fixable problem, and a rise in that awareness to get us back to the theme of this panel on the part of people who broadly identify with the right, seems to me to be a potential for a kind of a new coalition or a newer coalition that can move some of the legalization and decriminalization questions forward. I think we just have 1 minute or so left. And so, I guess I want to pose a last question to the two of you for a very, very brief answer, which is, and it comes from an audience question from Larry Swerdlow, which is essentially why do we need to look to conservatives for this? Democrats are moving it forward. Why isn't this just a Democratic issue? So I guess I would ask you each to just very quickly say, why is this a conservative issue in your mind? Why is this something the right should care about?
Well, since marijuana was made illegal almost 100 years ago, the Democrats have controlled Congress completely for more than 60 to 70 of those years, and they didn't do anything. In point of fact, the leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, has been ready to bring up for a vote and pass out of the Senate the 2 reforms on banking and taxes. The president's agreed to sign them. I expected this to happen a number of times, but that's not what's holding it back at that level. If you want to attach a bunch of other things to the bill, well, then you're going to have to wait for a complete Democratic House and Senate. But if you just want legalization, or at least legalization allowing full federalism, that's ready for tomorrow.
And Vikram?
Well, look, you're not going to get a change this massive to the national culture without getting bipartisan buy-in. So that's a big part of why you need conservatives here. But I just want to make an additional point, which is I wouldn't let the Democrats completely off the hook. Let's keep in mind that the standard bearer for the Democrats right now, former Vice President Biden, he continues to be skeptical of legalization. There are still voices on that side of the aisle who are not necessarily with me and Grover and with the people who are participating in this forum today.
Thank you so much to you both. I really appreciate your contributions here and your willingness to not only do the original panel, but pop back for this Q&A. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Eric Soto, and I'm the Partnerships Director for the National Cannabis Festival and Policy Summit. I'm excited to introduce our next 2 discussions, which we've categorized under Law and Order. Enjoy the program. Remember to take part in the live Q&A by tweeting National Cannabis Festival using hashtag CannaSummit2020.
In summer 2020, protests erupted nationwide as people spoke out against the systemic racism and inequities in justice that have cast a long shadow over Black and Brown Americans. As cannabis business owners and enthusiasts celebrate the dawn of a promising new industry, advocates worry that we are too quick to forget the way the policies of the drug war have been weaponized against marginalized communities, and that more than 40,000 Americans remain incarcerated for marijuana offenses. Our next 2 discussions examine law enforcement and cannabis through 2 different lenses: the immigration system and a deep dive into the history of the war on drugs. We hope that you enjoy the program.
My name is Jen Michelle Padini, and I'm the Development Director of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, and I serve as the Executive Director of the State Affiliate Chapter, Virginia NORML. Last month, Richmond Mayor LeVar Stoney sent a letter to Governor Ralph Northam calling for the legalization and regulation of cannabis in the name of public safety, equity, and undoing the harms of prohibition. Mayor Stoney urged lawmakers to unequivocally pursue restorative justice and is using his voice to advance efforts to responsibly legalize cannabis in the Commonwealth. Virginia NORML applauds Mayor Stoney in calling for the legalization and regulation of cannabis and for the automatic expungement of past offenses. The majority of Virginians agree with the mayor that the responsible use of cannabis by adults ought to be legal, and we look forward to working with him to advance these measures in the General Assembly. It is now my great pleasure to introduce to you the Mayor of Richmond, Virginia, LeVar Stoney.
Hi, I'm LeVar Stoney, Mayor of Virginia's capital, the city of Richmond. Thank you for inviting me to speak on such an exciting, promising topic so deeply connected to our country's current racial justice discourse. For decades, the war on drugs has directly targeted communities of color. Drugs, especially marijuana, have been used as a tool to systematically target Black and Brown communities. Research shows that Black and white people use marijuana at roughly the same rates. However, according to a study by the digital newspaper, the Virginia Mercury, there is a vast race-based disparity in marijuana charges statewide. The difference between percentage of residents who are Black and percentage of defendants in marijuana cases who are Black span as wide as 46 points. This is a clear result of the very systemic racism our country cried out against this summer. At this point, it's clear cannabis will be legalized as it should be. But it's not enough to legalize it. When we legalize it, the benefits of that legalization must go to build wealth in communities of color. For me, it's not enough to stop seeing black communities ravaged by senseless possession charges. I want to see those very same black communities flourish from investment made possible by legalization. In short, legalization presents an amazing opportunity for restorative economic justice. It's an opportunity to provide well-deserved reparations for decades of pain, displacement, and incarceration. Support for legalizing cannabis has increased considerably. Our vocal support of the communities who bore the brunt of policing, it should keep pace. Here's how that could happen. First, all taxes raised on newly legalized recreational cannabis products should go towards supporting the students who need it the most through our state's at-risk add-on. The at-risk add-on is an influx of education funding benefiting schools with the highest percentage of students receiving free lunch. It overwhelmingly benefits black and brown students, helping them reach their full potential. These kids deserve those tax dollars. Second, maximize the entrepreneurial opportunity for communities of color above all else. I don't want to suddenly see cannabis co-opted from a community that has been unfairly targeted for its possession. We've seen it happen. We must create the infrastructure to actively guard against it. Both of these initiatives would return the profits of legalization to the very groups who have borne the disproportionate burden in the past. It's not enough for the state to simply take the knee off the neck of people of color. They have the added responsibility to lift them up. I'm hopeful that when legalization becomes a reality in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we won't stop there. I hope we look critically at the issue through a restorative justice lens, using it as an opportunity to make up for lost time and a chance to dismantle racist systems.
I'm happy to welcome Robert Hoffman from Students for Sensible Drug Policy, who will bring our next discussion looking at cannabis law enforcement from another perspective.
Hello, my name is Robert Hoffman from Students for Sensible Drug Policy. According to a study by the Cato Institute, legalizing cannabis will decrease the violence and drug trafficking perpetuated by the failed war on drugs. At the same time, today in America, immigrants caught consuming or possessing cannabis can have their legal status revoked, even in states where it's legal. I'm very excited to introduce our speakers for today's discussion. Kathy Brady, the Senior Staff Attorney for the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, Alex Naresta, the Director of Immigration Studies for the Cato Institute, and Carlos Ballesteros at the Injustice Watch. To take part in the conversation, visit the National Cannabis Festival on Twitter and use the hashtag CannaSummit2020. Carlos, let's get this started.
Thank you for having us, and welcome to our panel, Gateway Drug, Cannabis and Immigration. My name is Carlos Ballesteros. I'm a reporter with Injustice Watch, a nonprofit newsroom in Chicago. I cover immigrations and prisons. We have two very distinguished guests with us today to talk about this important issue. Alex Naresta is the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute, and Kathy Brady, Senior Staff Attorney at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. A 2018 policy analysis by the Cato Institute argues that legalizing cannabis at the border, more so than interdiction and enforcement alone. At the same time, human rights activists point out that immigrants entering the United States can have their status revoked and denied for consuming cannabis or working in the cannabis industry, even in states where it is legal. So Alex, to start out with you, can you please make it clear for our audience, how does the federal government treat marijuana offenses when it comes to immigrants?
So it treats them badly. I mean, marijuana is a Schedule I drug in the federal government, and marijuana convictions of people who are non-citizens here exposes them to deportation, removal of their legal status, and removal from the United States. What it also makes a big deal, or has a big impact, is along the border. And what we've seen is since states have begun to legalize marijuana and also increased medical marijuana legality across the country, we've seen sort of a collapse in the amount of marijuana being smuggled into the United States. We've seen immigration numbers also go down. But primarily what we've seen is just a collapse in this sort of black market cross-border flow of illicit substances when these illicit substances are legalized, of course. Makes a lot of sense. So what we've seen is sort of a decrease in a lot of the chaos and illegality on the border, as we've seen sort of a steady legalization on the state level. But this legalization on the state level does not affect the federal government's classification of these drugs as Schedule I. It's still unlawful to import them. It's just there's less of a reason to do so now because it's legal in so many large markets inside of the United States. But it has a tremendous impact on the people who are here, especially who are not citizens in the United States.
Kathy, so just to go off of what Alex said there, how frequently is cannabis possession, consumption, outwardly or just anything related with cannabis used against immigrants in the immigration process, whether it is attaining citizenship or work permits or DACA? How often is it that immigrants run into these trials and tribulations because of weed?
It's incredibly often. It's a very serious problem. Sometimes in some periods, for example, for a 5-year period, we deported 34,000 people whose most serious criminal offense was possession of a small amount of marijuana. And, you know, we hear a lot about deportations, but it's a terrible, it's kind of like a disappearance of a family member. And there's the human loss, and then it's a small economic catastrophe, and people lose houses and kids go to foster care. So it's a very, very big, terrible penalty that's affected tens of thousands of people. I would hope to say that it's getting better now that there's legalization and in many states, and in some ways it is, but in some ways it's not. You can really divide the kind of penalties that people suffer from marijuana. Do you have a conviction because it was illegal where you used it? Or you might use it innocently in a state where it's legalized and still be deported for that because, like Alex said, it's on the federal Schedule I list. And immigration, no matter where you live, is governed by federal law.
Say, for example, I am an undocumented immigrant in a state where consumption of cannabis is legal. How could it be, or how is it that immigration authorities find out that I consumed cannabis?
Well, they ask you. And you say, this has happened. I've had so many consultations. In Washington, D.C., there was a man, he was married to a U.S. citizen. He's undocumented. They have an infant. It's been legal in D.C. for a while. He went to the adjustment interview where he was going to get a green card through his wife. And they said, have you ever used marijuana? And he said literally, well, yeah, after it was legalized, I used it twice at a couple of parties, but I actually don't care for it. And they said, okay, you just admitted 2 times. We are not going to give you your green card. You are undocumented, so we're going to deport you. And there is no possibility of a waiver or any other way you can stay here. Now, some states like Washington State, where it's been legal for several years, they have a system set up in the office where they get people to sign these affidavits to formally admit to marijuana, and they ask a very large percentage of naturalization applicants and applicants for green cards. If I could, there's 2 issues here if you don't have a conviction. We can talk about convictions later. One is use, and the other is if you ever are employed in the industry.
Right.
The Obama administration, in many ways, was no friend to immigrants. However, the Trump administration especially has singled out marijuana. And a year ago, they made an official rule that says if you have ever worked in the legitimate, multi-zillion-dollar cannabis industry, you cannot naturalize because you have bad moral character and you're a drug trafficker. And just this year, and it's hard to believe this, in June 2020, the Department of State added to its official foreign affairs manual, if you we're looking at you as you come into the US. If you indicate any intention to seek work in the cannabis industry, we will exclude you as a national security risk. So it's not connected to reality, and it's an odd federal policy. I mean, the main thing I care about is these poor individuals, but it's also targeting the industry.
That's not connected to reality is a great way to summarize, I think, almost all immigration law in the United States and enforcement. Just to build off of what Kathy was saying, from 2009 to 2017, and this is a way that people, by the way, play tricks with numbers, right? About half of the people who were deported from the United States had some kind of criminal conviction. And a lot of immigration restrictionists will try to build this up as saying they're all criminals. But when you take a look at that, a large percent, the most common offense is an immigration offense, but the second most is some kind of drug offense. And of those drug offenses, for marijuana, it's about 12% of them. And these are offenses that I think across the board are victimless crimes. For the vast majority of them anyway, victimless crimes that people engage in a lot of cases, and voluntary legal behavior, legal on the state level, and it is ruining their chance to become an American citizen, to get a green card, or to be able to otherwise stay and work legally in the United States, merely for taking part in the consumption of an item that is popular and legal in many states and will be legal in more states in the very near future. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 10 years the federal government removes it from its Schedule I list and the vast majority of states have it legal. And we're separating people from their families, separating them from their businesses, from their work, from their life, from their property, from their relationships and friends. For what seems to me to be one of the worst reasons given for doing this. And it has, unfortunately gone worse in the last several years.
And Alex, just to stay with you on that point, are states doing a good enough job of letting their citizens or their non-citizen residents know the risks they're taking when consuming these quote unquote legalized products within their state borders?
States, Colorado, I think, got most mad at the Trump administration when they rescinded a memo called the Cole memo, which was put in place during the Obama administration, basically said that they weren't really going to go after marijuana when it was legal in a particular state. It wasn't going to be a big deal for them. And the Trump administration basically rescinded that memo and allowed local, federal prosecutors to go after people however they wanted. And that led to sort of a lot of uncertainty and a lot of problems. So that's produced sort of a lot of chaos. Like, a lot of states, frankly, don't really know where they stand. They don't know where their non-citizen populations stand. And it's difficult to communicate that idea of, well, on the state level, it's legal and you won't get in trouble by the state authorities. But if the feds catch you, you could be in very serious trouble. But they might not target you. It depends on the prosecutor. It's a very confusing situation, I think, for everyone to be in. And states like Colorado have written letters to the Department of Justice asking for clarification on this. And as far as I know, Kathy probably knows a lot more about this, but the feds have not been too forthcoming in issuing a lot of clarification here.
In fact, it was the mayor of Denver who wrote a letter after two Colorado residents were denied naturalization because they worked in the industry. One was an agricultural labor, one was like an accountant. And he wrote and said, this can't be right. You can't deny them. They pay state and federal taxes. This is our great Colorado industry. And in response, the Trump administration formalized the policy. Like, immediately afterwards, they put out this in USCIS, which handles naturalization, the policy that said it does not matter if it's legal under a state. It's still drug trafficking and bad moral character. And it also, just in terms of social policy, as we see this federal legislation going forward, like the MORE Act or the States Act, the MORE Act is legislation that would legalize marijuana, it also has a lot of social justice, racial justice provisions. The people who've been most hurt by the war on drugs should get some of the jobs, should get some recompense. And with this immigration mandate, this huge block of people of color absolutely cannot work. And in California, we have an outreach program to tell farm workers, I know marijuana is less kind of deadly and hot and difficult than other farm work, but you cannot take these jobs. We worked with the California EDD to put out an official memo to people saying, if you're not a citizen, don't work these jobs. And there's, by the way, I've provided a one-pager that you can get with this presentation that gives a link to our website, but we put out flyers in English, Spanish, and Chinese and said, don't work at these jobs. And it also said, don't use marijuana. If you have a real medical need, get consultation. Possibly you could do it. Never wear a marijuana t-shirt. Never have a photo on your phone with marijuana, because people have totally been picked up at the border because they went through their Facebook things, they went through their pictures, and they just looked like maybe they like marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, a good rule of thumb, I think, when thinking about this administration's response is one of the things they really believe in policy-wise is being anti-immigration, yes. Anti-legal immigration, trying to deport as many people as possible and keep as many people out. And they will use every possible legal justification, no matter how flimsy, no matter how unjust, no matter how arbitrary, and in order to exclude people from being able to live and work lawfully in the United States. So it's one of these things where you just need to keep that in mind every time. Like, there's not going to be sort of a fair, reasonable, thoughtful way in which the government views any of these kinds of infractions during this administration. This is hard line, and it will have a serious impact.
I think that's completely right. I don't know that this is motivated by being against the industry. I think they just look for every single way. And legalization of marijuana in states, as great as it is, creates a trap for the unwary. Because there's this, I was once going to give a talk to a community thing about marijuana, and I went through Union Square in San Francisco, and there's this big bus that has a bus sign that says, use marijuana, it's not a crime. And, you know, everywhere I go in California or Washington or states, there's huge billboards offering to deliver marijuana to you. And people have no reason to know that they're doing anything illegal.
That raises an important question, I think, is given that it is so confusing on the legal aspect of things, what should the industry be doing to, one, make it clear that their products are not equally consumed under the law by everyone, but also to maybe advocate for these restrictions and these penalties to go away? Like, what role does the industry play in making immigrants safe consumers of their products?
The industry needs to put up warning signs under the law as it is to say, they don't have to ask people to confess, just say, if you are not a citizen of the United States, you should be warned that either working here or consuming marijuana can hurt you. But more to the point, I think the industry really needs to support legislation like the MORE Act, which would make everything better for them because the banking issues, all the issues go away. I mean, there are other acts like the currently proposed States Act that might clear up the problems for the industry, but would only help in states where marijuana is legal. And I think would just create more confusion. If I could just mention that the thing I left out is, what if you get convicted of marijuana? And there's possession of marijuana. We had another person we helped who was a grandmother who used marijuana as part of an old folklore remedy her family had. She grew a small marijuana plant, put it in oil, and rubbed it on her arthritic elbow.
My grandma does the same.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she, for some reason, got busted for it. Currently in California, that would be an infraction, less than a misdemeanor, but it would be termed an aggravated felony. And she was going to be deported. She She was in her 60s. She'd had a green card forever. She had US citizen grandchildren and children. And we actually literally got to her before she was put on a plane after this huge legal effort to go in and undo the conviction. So just, handing someone a joint, that can all become trafficking. Or people who have a certain amount of marijuana often have to plead guilty to possession for sale. That is an aggravated felony. It's basically treated just like how they would treat heroin and cocaine. And we could discuss the problems with how they treat those. But the argument is marijuana has neither the effect nor the public perception of those.
It is very scary to think about. I mean, just to imagine that. I mean, I must ask, was she eventually deported, or did?
No, my colleague at our nonprofit put in a huge amount of effort and stopped it. But of course, low-income people, she was very lucky to get a free lawyer from a nonprofit. But I am sure, positive, tens of thousands of families have been affected by this. And again, it's a real family. It's a real infant. It's just a terribly traumatic thing. Daddy's gone now. Daddy's in Cambodia. Okay.
And just for our viewers and listeners who aren't aware, immigrants don't have a right to a defense attorney afforded by the public when they go through their proceedings. So,
the government has an attorney to unravel this incredibly complicated immigration law, but they represent themselves. I mean, famously, they've been having the young children represent themselves sometimes.
Right. Alex, I know you mentioned that, it seems as though we're hitting a brick wall with the Trump administration when it comes to making these policies reflect just normality, just the way things maybe should be. But what movement have you seen on the other side of the aisle, particularly among the Biden proposals and his any policy updates on his end that would perhaps change things on this issue?
The Biden campaign has proposed several reforms to the legal immigration system that would make things a lot better, a lot more open, including lawful legalization of current unauthorized immigrants who aren't violent or property offenders, expanding legal immigration. They've called for some things that could make some sections of legal immigration more difficult, like more regulations on workers coming in, etc. But all in all, it's a pretty vast improvement over what has happened over the last several years. Now, one of the things, of course, to keep in mind is what we've really seen during the Trump administration is the amount of power that the president has over admitting people to the United States, of basically writing immigration law on the fly, banning people from any country for any reason, creating even more stringent restrictions for certain people based on basically whatever he wants, is something that is with us now in the law, and all future presidents are going to have this power unless the Supreme Court reverses itself, which I don't think it will. So there's a lot of scope for the administration to legalize or to at least legalize the entry of future unlawful immigrants future immigrants without having to go through and get legislation passed by Congress. But passing legislation to legalize people who are here unlawfully, we'd see a lot of improvements in that. Now, the Democrats have also improved their stance on drugs. And by improve, I mean they're much more likely to support legalizing certain drugs than they used to be, which is a great improvement, and expanding legal immigration. So I have confidence that if any Democrat does get elected president in the future, then there will be improvements along these lines. And one of the things that gives me hope is just Democrats in general, beginning from 2006 to today. It went from about 40% of Democrats thinking that immigration was a good thing for the country to now it's about 90% of Democrats. So you've seen, and Republicans, by the way, haven't gone worse over this time period, surprisingly. It's just that the president is a lot worse, who is a Republican. So we see like this sea change in the country where Democrats and independents are much more supportive and Republicans are about where they've always been. So I think the scope for improvement in the future is vast. and in the short term, especially if a Biden administration comes in.
You know, unless I'm making a terrible mistake, but I don't think I am, Kamala Harris introduced the MORE Act into the Senate. Now, whether Joe Biden is on that train, I do not know, but it's very interesting that Kamala was. She was very good about that. And we hope that the MORE Act might get out of the House before the holidays. There's so much going on. I don't know if they would get to it, but it got out of committee.
But I think on a minimum, we can expect the Biden administration to at least go back to the Cole memo, like at a very minimum. And hopefully they can go a lot further than that in terms of trying to sort of limit the federal involvement in the states in marijuana and trying to be just more activist in deporting people who are non-citizens who get convicted of marijuana convictions. I mean, one of the things that Biden has had to live down during the primaries is the Obama administration's harsh deportation policies.
Right.
And he took a lot of grief from that, and deservedly so. So I think he's going to try to make a mark if he gets in and sort of relaxing that a lot. I hope.
The last word on that, if I could say, is to help immigrants, we have to get it off the federal schedule.
Yes.
State by state can't do it because it's governed by federal law. Or we have to make some piecemeal amendment to the Immigration Act, and I don't think anybody wants to go there because who knows what that could blow up into.
But I think we can all agree, legalization. Of marijuana and of immigrants. Separately or together, big improvements to American society.
Big humanity, big economy, big improvements.
Across the board.
I can't think of a better note to end but that one. So thank you, both of you, very much for participating in this panel, and I hope all of you watching found it informative.
Well, that was a great discussion. It really helped me understand more on how the war on drugs has impacted immigrants in our country. My parents were immigrants from South America, and gaining legal status was an incredible accomplishment for them that took a lot of time, effort, and a lot of hard-earned money. So it's really frightening to know that something as simple as cannabis possession could have derailed my parents' dreams. Throughout the U.S. immigration process, from start to finish, applicants are made aware not to take any missteps whatsoever for fear of being denied status. And being denied is something that victims of the war on drugs deal with every day. Right now, there are 40,000 people incarcerated in the United States for cannabis-related offenses. Many of those folks will walk around for the rest of their lives with charges on their records that will prevent them from receiving critical benefits and social services, and for many, even the right to vote. It's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Amber Center, Executive Director for Supernova Women.
Hello to everyone watching at home. I'm Amber Center, co-founder and Executive Director of Supernova Women, and I'm happy to be joining you today from Oakland, California. The next discussion is important to the future of the cannabis industry. As we all know, the war on drugs has a long, dark history rooted in racism. As we sit here today, there are people in jail, most of whom are Black and brown, incarcerated for something that now others can make millions of dollars doing. A new cannabis industry has the potential and the promise to offer opportunities for all people, not just those with the most privilege, money, and connections. Today, I'm excited to introduce the panelists for our next discussion titled The War on Drugs and the Promise of Legalization. Please join me in welcoming Clark Neely, Vice President of Criminal Justice for the Cato Institute, Kat Packer, Executive Director for the Department of Cannabis Regulation in the City of Los Angeles, Jabari Paul, U.S. Activism Manager for Ben & Jerry's, Marilyn Mosby, Baltimore State Attorney, and our moderator, Radley Balco from the Washington Post. Enjoy the program, and remember to visit nationalcannabispolicysummit.com to submit your live Q&A questions using the hashtag CannaSummit2020. Radley, take it away.
Hi, and welcome to the National Cannabis Policy Summit. Welcome to our panel in particular on the war on drugs and its effect on, the racist aspect of the war on drugs and how we sort of navigate race as we move toward a system of legalization and decriminalization. I'm your host or moderator, Radley Balco. I'm an opinion journalist at the Washington Post. And I'll go ahead and plug my two books while I'm here. I'm the author of Rise of the Warrior Cop and The Cadaver King and the Country Dentist. We have a great panel for you today, including Clark Neely, the Vice President of Criminal Justice for the Cato Institute, Kat Packer, the Executive Director of the Department of Cannabis Regulation for the City of Los Angeles, Jabari Paul, the U.S. Activism Manager for Ben & Jerry's, and Marilyn Mosby, the Maryland State's Attorney for Baltimore. Thanks to all of you for joining us today. I guess I'll throw the first question out to State's Attorney Mosby and to Clark Neely, and you can answer in whichever order you like. But just this is a very, very broad question, but maybe just sort of summarize kind of the way that the war on drugs sort of historically has disproportionately affected marginalized communities and communities of color.
So I guess I would start. And so I would say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with each and every one of you. In 2019, my office completed a study of marijuana enforcement in the city of Baltimore. And what we discovered surprised absolutely nobody who was Black in the city of Baltimore. Marijuana laws were disproportionately impacting people of color, right? Despite similar use rates among white and Black people, we saw people of color being stopped, frisked, arrested, and jailed at rates way beyond that of white people. And the rich white neighborhoods, such as in Baltimore, Johns Hopkins students were untouched, while poor Black West Baltimore neighborhoods were over-policed. And so this is not something that is just isolated to Baltimore City. This is something that we can see all across the country. And as a Black person, you're 4 times more likely to be arrested for possession of marijuana than that of white people. And so there was also this no benefit, right? Like when we looked at these enforcement laws, I had to evaluate as a prosecutor, exemplifying my discretion, like there's no public safety value in the prosecution of marijuana. People were being arrested. It took away from our energy in actually prosecuting homicide cases. In the city of Baltimore in 2018, we had a 26% year-end clearance rate, right? That's pretty bad. I mean, we're solving 1 out of 4 homicides every single year. That in and of itself is a problem. So it's counterproductive to the limited resources that we have as law enforcement agencies. So on top of that, having a public safety value, not having being counterproductive to limited resources that we have, I also saw this discriminatory sort of enforcement. And so recognizing that I could not be complicit in discriminatory enforcement of laws against poor Black and brown people, in 2019, I used my discretion to stop prosecuting marijuana cases, regardless of criminal history, regardless of the quantity. And it remains one of the most progressive sort of marijuana prosecution policies in the country. And we haven't seen any sort of adverse sort of impact on public safety or health. And instead, we've reduced arrest and reduced the possibility of people of color entering the criminal justice system. And the policy has been a success. When you look at what has actually happened in my office, we were able to divert resources to ensure that we were putting additional prosecutors in our felony division and our homicide division and our, misdemeanor jury trial division, so that we could really try to effectuate the type of change that is needed. When you evaluate what's happening across this country right now, right? Like we're talking about police accountability reform, but when you think about like people who, George Floyd, who was killed in essence for attempting to pass a allegedly a $20 bill during a global pandemic for groceries, and he lost his life. You look at Eric Garner, who lost his life for an alleged selling of loose cigarettes. You look at Sandra Bland, who allegedly lost her life for failing to put on a turn signal. These type of engagements with law enforcement are something that we have to counteract. And I think that when you look at the prosecutorial perspective, we have the ability to use our discretion in a way that says, no, we shouldn't be prosecuting these low-level offenses that are going to create these unnecessary engagements that can lead to ultimately the death of Black people in this country.
Clark?
That's a fantastic answer, and I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add to it, but I'll see what I can do. One of the things I like to say is that if I were the president of the United States, I think I could probably bring the drug war to an end within just a few months, because what I would do is I would require the Department of Justice to enforce drug laws just as zealously on college campuses as they do in inner cities. And I think we'd quickly discover that we don't actually have the stomach to put the sons and the daughters of lawyers, doctors, and senators and others, the kind of people who go to Ivy League schools. And there's a reason why we tend to focus drug enforcement efforts on urban populations. Police, like anybody else, have to show a certain level of productivity. Compare them to a baseball player, for example. They're looking at their stats. A marijuana arrest is a fairly easy thing to achieve. Finding out who committed a homicide or a sexual assault is a more difficult thing to achieve. So it's not surprising that police actually focus a disproportionate amount of their efforts on the easier crimes. So they're going to make marijuana bust. And those arrests don't really make the community any better. They don't make anybody any safer. There's no point, as far as we, the people, are concerned, in having police enforce those laws. The enforcement of those laws really only benefits police because they get credit for those arrests. It also kind of gives them a free pass to just ignore the Constitution. Most people don't realize this, but it actually turns out that if you have a car, the inside of your car smells like burning marijuana. At least it will to a police officer who wants to search the car. That is a very common basis for performing an otherwise illegal search of a car, is to just say, well, I smelled the smell of marijuana, and then that gets you in that car without a warrant. What I would say to try to pull all this together is that if you are going to enforce criminal laws that don't make anybody's life any better, that create a lot of hardship for the populations against whom you enforce those laws, and that enable you to make a mockery of the Constitution, then in all likelihood, you're going to pick traditionally disenfranchised and marginalized communities. Why? Because they have the least ability to push back against those unfair enforcement efforts. And I think that explains a lot of the reason why we see police disproportionately focusing their marijuana enforcement efforts against communities of color, because it's good for the police in terms of their stats, and those populations, those individuals and communities don't have as much ability to push back in the political system for the unfair enforcement efforts of which they are the target.
Yeah, and I would add that the study after study after study of traffic stops across the country, coast to coast, have come to the same conclusion, which is that Black people are much more likely to be searched, stopped and searched, even though searches of white people are more likely to turn up contraband, which kind of puts the lie to the notion that usage is what drives searches and police stops. The next question to Kat and Jabari both. As we move toward from drug prohibition to either decriminalization or legalization, one thing that we are going to see with that is a huge transfer of wealth from marginalized communities and neighborhoods to the kind of boutique pot shop type places that we're seeing in places like Colorado and Washington State and other states that have legalized recreational use. And that seems like, Neil Franklin talks about this a lot, about how much money is just going to be sort of sucked out of these communities through legalization. And I'm guessing we all probably support at least decriminalization, not legalization, but how do we sort of guard, or what do we do about that? What do we do about the kind of huge hit that's going to take in communities where, people don't have a lot of opportunity and so turn to, illicit drug sales as a source of income?
Well, I just wanted to first say thank you for inviting me to join this conversation, and I wanted to thank State Attorney Mosby and Mr. Clark Neely for their comments, because I think that sets the stage for this conversation about what do we do, because we have to recognize that these harms are real. They exist today, and we have a responsibility to do everything that we can to actively acknowledge those harms, to repair those harms, and to prevent new harms from happening. And we talk about this transfer of wealth as though it happens automatically, but the reality is that there are systems that are built intentionally to make this so. And if we want to stop that from happening, then we have to intentionally set up systems that mitigate harms, that reduce harms, that center communities who are most impacted by cannabis policies. And that's not an easy thing to do. And that doesn't happen overnight. And it requires collective leadership at every single level of government and partnership between the public sector and the private sector, because the harms are widespread and they are disproportionate. And so we're starting to see state by state, as we're seeing jurisdictions grapple with these realities of these disparities and these inequities. And there have been various initiatives to try and promote equity. But I have to say that, you know, I started in this space several years ago, even when I was a law student at Ohio State University, taking a marijuana law and policy course. And part of the reason why I got involved in this work is because I did not see Black and brown folks being elevated in this conversation. And very quickly, we were having a conversation about how much money was going to be generated and how budgets were going to be saved overnight. And I could see very quickly how money was starting to exchange hands and campaigns were starting to be waged and communities weren't being centered. And so part of what we've done thus far in the city of Los Angeles and our Department of Cannabis Regulation, and part of what other regulators are doing, and I think it's important for regulators to lead in this conversation, because we are responsible for advising and administering cannabis policies at the state and local level. But we need the federal government to participate. It makes no sense that it is 2020 and cannabis is still considered a Schedule I narcotic at the same time that in different places across the country, we have recognized legitimate cannabis businesses as essential operators. Our federal policies are antithetical to the movement and this process that we've started trying to promote equitable policies.
Thank you for having me, Radley. And it's my pleasure to be on the panel with everyone who spoke already. Just building on what Kat said in terms of one important step that we could take is to acknowledge these harms. I think one of the things that we all have to recognize is the direct link of kind of the discriminatory application of drug policies to our history or our culture of white supremacy in our country. And that when we look at these policies and their disproportionate impact on communities of color, that these is intentional, and it's a direct holdover of Black codes, of Jim Crow laws, and all the way back to slave codes. And so what we as a company, what Ben & Jerry's as a company recognizes is that when it comes to the culture of white supremacy, that every institution, every sector of society has been a part of upholding that culture. And so every part of our society must also be a part of dismantling that culture of white supremacy and of lifting their voices and lending their platforms to really trying to rectify this wrong. And so that's what we try to do through all of our business channels. We try to use our business channels and our platforms to really elevate awareness around this. And we're very clear on who our audience is. Our audience is primarily white, primarily millennial audience. And because they aren't all the time directly impacted by these policies like communities of color, we see it as our duty to build awareness around them and then recruit them into organizing efforts that really help to dismantle these structures of white supremacy, like the discriminatory application of drug policies across the country.
So I'm going to throw this out to anyone because, you know, I think it's important that we kind of establish a baseline of where the law is now, and then we can sort of address how to remedy any inequities that the law is causing. Where exactly is the law when it comes to, for example, federal laws? I think what was it that the federal government was not going to exempt cannabis businesses in states that legalized it from, you know, money laundering and RICO and various other, you know, laws that were previously used to go after illicit drug trafficking. And I remember something with the Trump administration maybe easing that up slightly, but does anybody know exactly sort of where the federal government is now when it comes to cannabis businesses and sort of their financial operations?
So what I can tell you is that right now, federally it's still illegal, right? And so we definitely want to see the federal versus the state conflict over marijuana laws resolved, which I'm excited to see, right? This past week, the House has scheduled a vote on the MORE Act, a bill that I've been pushing for since its introduction. But at the same time, we cannot wait for the wheels of the federal government to turn so that prosecutors can use their discretion to do what's right and to stop enforcing these discriminatory marijuana laws. I've advised many offices, you know, just since 2019 on my position and the need to emphasize the racial disparities and the fact that such arrests damage community relations. You know, what was already brought out, and you know, by my colleagues, is that it delegitimizes the police department to engage in these type of interactions when you have a homicide rate that is out of the world, right? Like over 300 individuals are being killed every single year in Baltimore City, and you want to focus on marijuana possession? What that does, it delegitimizes the police department. So you have a clearance rate of only 26%, where you're only solving homicides. Nobody's going to cooperate with you. And so it has, you know, the prosecution and the enforcement of these laws have no public safety value. And so I think when we talk about what it is that we can do, right, beyond pushing the legislature federally to pass this law and to legalize marijuana so that we can diminish the black market of this distribution, and we can regulate it in a way that we regulate alcohol and tobacco. Beyond that, I think that we can also look to local prosecutors to use their discretion and understand and recognize that these laws are being discriminately imposed upon poor Black and brown people.
I would add, Radley, that you may recall that under the President Obama, there was this thing called the Cole Memorandum, where the Department of Justice essentially took the position that it would not meaningfully enforce, you know, state legal marijuana-related activities. Attorney General Barr, during his confirmation hearing before the Senate, pledged to not go after marijuana producers that were in compliance with state law. He affirmed that commitment subsequently in a letter. I'm not aware that he or anybody else at the Department of Justice has sort of either updated or you know, retracted that commitment. But certainly it is still the case that DOJ could change the policy tomorrow. And I think that you know, anybody who is you know, sort of on the radar screen, so to speak, because they're operating a marijuana-related business of any size, is kind of, you know, perpetually under this kind of sword of Damocles, where DOJ could, at its own discretion, start enforcing again. Now, I think the one thing that may be holding them back is that they don't want to provoke yet another major conflict with Congress. I think probably the Department of Justice, or at least some of the leadership there, recognizes that there's a bit of a game of you know, chicken going on here, that if they step up their enforcement efforts, that might prompt Congress to act in a way that the Department of Justice wouldn't care for example, by decriminalizing marijuana. And I think that's something that sort of the drug warriors within the Department of Justice would prefer to avoid.
The only thing I would add is that it's bipartisan support right now for the MORE Act federally. So, I mean, it's just a matter of us giving the right sort of pressure onto our legislatures to ensure that it takes place. It's being brought up for a vote.
Kat, in Los Angeles, and I guess I'm sure you're also familiar with policies being tried in other cities. Is there anything being done at the kind of permitting level when sort of determining, who gets to open a cannabis business in states where it's been legalized, to address racial inequities, to address the fact that, people who previously made their living off of cannabis now have criminal records, and which probably makes it more difficult to get licenses and permits to sell? Like, what's being done to address those sort of historical inequities now that we're moving into an era of legalization?
This is some of the most exciting work that I get to participate on. And part of what's so exciting about it is that it really didn't exist several years ago. I mean, I remember in 2016 when the city of Oakland became the first jurisdiction in the country to pass an initiative that was seeking to both acknowledge the harms that communities of color had experienced by way of cannabis prohibition by allowing these same communities to have access to licensing opportunities. And it's important for these communities to have access to licensing opportunities for a number of different reasons. One, it's a part of the repair and acknowledgement that needs to be a part of this reconciliation with the war on drugs. It's particularly important for these communities to have opportunities for licensure because in many jurisdictions, absence of licensure and the continuous operation is illegal. And so if we don't give these folks opportunities to participate through legal channels, then we can only imagine that as time goes on, these are going to be the communities that continue to be enforced against. And we've seen already that as jurisdictions mature, industries start to lobby and ask their government to increase enforcement against their competition. And so it's really important that from the outset, these communities have access to licensure. There have been a number of different initiatives that have been developed in order to promote equitable access to the industry. But part of what's important to recognize is that everyone who has been impacted by the war on drugs doesn't want to participate in the industry. And so while there are regulators who spend a lot of time focusing on opportunity in the industry, we also have to make sure that there are other opportunities that exist for economic opportunity, for employment opportunity, for business opportunity that have nothing to do with cannabis. The development of equity programs has largely started with an equity analysis that identifies whether or not cannabis disparities exist. And as State Attorney Mosby said, these are not isolated incidents. And so I encourage every jurisdiction across the nation to do one of these equity analysis. And you will find that Black and brown communities and low-income communities were in fact those communities that were disproportionately impacted. And once you have that data, I would encourage you to use that to say that we need to make sure that these communities, folks who meet criteria associated with folks who are impacted, have programs that are designed to lower barriers to entry. Capital is a huge barrier to entry. The complexity of some of these licensing and regulatory programs can be a huge barrier to entry. And so there have been initiatives developed all across the United States. Toy Hutchinson is doing amazing work in the state of Illinois. Shalene Title has been doing amazing work in Massachusetts. I'm excited because there are now a group of women of color regulators in this space from Nina Parks in San Francisco and Cheney Turner in Oakland. There are women of color and women who are leading these conversations and making sure that this industry is not going to move forward without having intentional policies. But it's important that these policies be funded. Many of them are underfunded. Many of them are underdeveloped. There are lots of headlines that like to say that these programs aren't working, but the reality is that these programs are very nascent and there just aren't enough resources. And that is particularly the reason why I think that cannabis regulators and other folks who are impacted and seek to participate in these equity programs vote in support or encourage their Congress members to vote in support of the MORE Act. Because the MORE Act has a number of different provisions that create funding for socially and economically disadvantaged communities. It provides funding for state and local governments, which is critically important because I can tell you we need help in moving these conversations forward. It would create an Office of Cannabis Justice so that the federal government would be a partner to state and local governments in their efforts to acknowledge and repair the harms of the war on drugs. So these initiatives have started, but this work is just getting started. And so we need everyone at the table, and these programs need resources. And so we can't wait for leadership, as folks have said, we can't wait for federal leadership. And at the same time, we do need these folks to participate and contribute, because it's a collective responsibility.
Final question will be for you, Jabari, but if you have questions, you can send them to hashtag CannaSummit2020, and there'll be a live question and answer session after this panel. Jabari, getting to a point that Kat made about access to capital. I mean, we saw, particularly after the COVID relief package, that Black-owned businesses were basically almost completely shut out of that package, simply because they didn't have the same access to capital that white-owned businesses do. And I imagine this is a same, there are very similar problems in getting into the legal cannabis industry. Government can provide funding for startups, but what can the private sector do and the nonprofit sector do to help Black-owned, minority-owned businesses get into this industry?
Well, I think that they can make sure that their internal practices align with their external values. And what I mean by that is making sure that not only, there's been a lot of talk since George Floyd about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and look like so many people are getting to those positions in companies, which are a good thing. But I think that making sure that you're working with Black contractors, that you're working with minority-owned vendors, that you're employing those, and that those values are reflective across all parts of your business are very important. And they're equally as important as making sure that your staff is a diverse staff. So I think that that's one thing that businesses can do. But I think that there's much more than businesses can do. And that's how we kind of set ourselves apart from the kind of traditional standard of corporate social responsibility, is because we believe that there's a greater role than just kind of writing a check when it comes to corporate citizenship. And for us, it's elevating brilliant minds like the ones that are on the panel today, and delivering that information directly to our fans, and equipping many great organizations that have been pushing for better policies when it comes to equalizing the playing field when it comes to cannabis use in our country. Elevating those organizations and their platforms and trying to be extensions of this. So when we pushed for the MORE Act as a company, we did that in lockstep with the ACLU, who has been an advocate when it comes to this space, and working with groups like Color of Change. And for us, it's about how do we take all of our business tools, and how do we help to drive our fans up a ladder of engagement, so that at the end of the day, not only are they more informed, but they can lend their voice to helping improve these policies that we see in society.
Anyone want to add anything to that? Just about access to capital and what we can do to help Black-owned businesses in this industry get access that they need?
The only other thing that I'll add is our secret is, if we can pull people in through Chunky Monkey and convert them into advocates in this space, then that's what we try to use as a recipe for success.
I mean, according to the case, Ben & Jerry's has a lot to gain from this, right?
Can I just say, while adding pounds, Chunky Monkey?
Well, thanks for all of you, for participating in this, and we will move to the live Q&A session.
We welcome you back for the Q&A portion of our program. We are happy to still be joined by Kat and Clark, and we thank Ratley for moderating the panel, as well as Attorney Mosby for her time on the panel. We have a few questions that have already come our way, and so we'll answer as many of those as possible. Please take advantage of the feature that you just saw up on the screen to ask your questions. The first one is actually directed towards me. And it's just asking, given my perspective from the private sector, what advice would I give to businesses looking to mobilize their employees and advocate for policies for social equity and justice? Two pieces of advice. One, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I think that, there's always something that you can get out there and do. Many companies I know like to try to have their ducks in a row before lending their voice or their business platform. But I think that, you can always work to improve. Ben & Jerry's is always careful to say that we're working to improve each and every day, but we don't let that stop us from also lending our voice to practices. And I think the other thing is centering the voices of those who are out there on the front lines. I just raised examples of our work with groups like ACLU and Color of Change. We are very clear that we are an ice cream company, but when it comes to how we can have an impact in this space, we listen to those who are on the front lines fighting every single day. The next question I'll pose to either Kat or Clark. It comes from Gordon Cummings in Washington, D.C. He says, what role do you think police unions play on the continued criminalization of cannabis?
Maybe I'll start. Hi, Gordon. Good to get a question from you. So I think you got to be careful about painting with too broad a brush because not every police union sort of marches in lockstep. But if we look at sort of the law enforcement lobby writ large, of which police unions are a significant component, there's no question that generally speaking, law enforcement organizations have been opposed to the legalization of cannabis for a number of reasons. First of all, because it's one of the easiest ways for them to circumvent the Fourth Amendment during a traffic stop. It turns out that virtually every car on the road today, according to the average police officer, smells like burning marijuana. And that's what they say when they want to search your car without a warrant, and that suffices. And how are you going to challenge that, even if it's completely ridiculous? So, and then, of course, another reason why many police officers want marijuana to continue to be legal is that, as we've talked about during the main session, they're increasingly less effective. They're increasingly less capable of solving actual crimes like homicide, armed robbery, and things of that nature. And so in order to pad their statistics, in order to enable them to go out and arrest people and issue citations, they need laws on the books that are easy for them to enforce. And marijuana prohibition turns out to be a very easy law to enforce as compared to some of the more challenging laws that police have found themselves incapable of solving. So there's a lot of reasons why police might want to have continue to have marijuana be illegal. And it's clear that in many cases, they direct a lot of political funds and effort and energy to keeping marijuana laws on the books.
Okay, and this is actually a follow-up. He said, if the police unions impact laws around cannabis, how do you think we counteract that influence?
Jabari, can I take a stab at that?
Sure.
So I think part of what's important for us to be doing as we're moving these conversations forward is building coalitions. And I think that we have to be able to a certain extent, pull police unions and pull law enforcement into these conversations. I know that on the campaigns that I've served, we try to build as broad coalitions as possible with law enforcement, with faith leaders, with social justice organizations, with community-based organizations, because again, it's a collective responsibility to move this conversation forward. One of the pieces that I wanted to add to Clark's comment is that you still will have this dichotomy even when cannabis is legalized. Where law enforcement is still actively engaged in the enforcement of cannabis-related laws. And so we have to have this conversation about when we get to a post-legalization era, when we get to a post-commercialization era, what is the role of law enforcement in cannabis? And if we're going to acknowledge that cannabis should be treated as a public health issue, then we really need to start to talk about having health officers engaging with folks. And we're actively having, at least starting to have pieces of this conversation here in the city of Los Angeles, because we recognize that we We don't want to continue to criminalize cannabis activity, but as I had mentioned previously, if you engage in commercial cannabis activity without a license, that is still a crime. And so it's this strange dichotomy that we still have here and that we will continue to have. And I think that this is part of the reason why we truly have to start having conversations about how we get law enforcement out of cannabis entirely, and how do we bring public health professionals to the table. And what I can tell you is that here in the city of Los Angeles, when I have conversations with the police chief, he's telling me that he doesn't want to do cannabis enforcement anymore. And so I think that that's very promising, but we have to make sure that we don't create new structures that replicate the same inequities. So that would be my concern.
Thank you, Kat. And this is probably the last question that we'll have time from. It comes from Leila from Washington, D.C. She says, what do you want white cannabis consumers, advocates, and business owners to know about how they hold privilege and contribute to white supremacy, and how they can support Black and brown communities most impacted by cannabis prohibition?
I would say for many of these communities, and I'm taking a statement that someone else has said, for many white communities, cannabis has been legal for folks. And we have to recognize that even as cannabis becomes legal in different facets, it can still prevent you from getting a job. It can still prevent you from holding different professions, and we know where those disparities are going to exist. If it's going to, people are still going to get kicked out of their homes. All of these disparities can continue to perpetuate, and I think that both consumers and the industry has a responsibility to recognize that when you're putting these products on the market, those products have impacts to the consumer and their societal impacts. And so I think that that's a responsibility that folks need to take on head on, but recognize that just because there are some communities where white folks can sit outside and smoke doesn't mean that that's going to be the case. You know, there are cannabis events that are happening all across the country, and then you have someone who simply walking down the street with a joint in their pocket. And so this has to be a collective effort.
Unfortunately, I think that that's all the time that we have questions for, but I couldn't think of a better way to wrap up than hearing from Kat. I think that that was a great response to the question. And I just want to applaud my two fellow panelists, Kat and Clark, who it was a pleasure to serve on this panel with both of you. I think there was a lot that came out of this conversation, so I hope that everyone found it beneficial. And thank you all for tuning in.
Thanks, Jabari.
What a great panel and Q&A. It's really helpful to hear from folks representing government, business, and advocacy when we're talking about the war on drugs. I'm super excited to be here today with folks all across the country on behalf of the National Cannabis Festival Advocacy Committee. I want to remind you to get registered and get out and vote. If you want to check your voter registration status, you can visit nationalcannabispolicysummit.com, and you'll see links to voter registration information from our friends at the Cannabis Voter Project. For anyone planning to vote by mail this year, make sure you vote early. Mail-in ballots could take longer than usual to arrive, and we want to make sure that your vote is counted. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jason Ortiz from the Minority Cannabis Business Association.
Hey everyone at the National Cannabis Festival's Policy Summit. My name is Jason Ortiz and I am the president for the Minority Cannabis Business Association. We are a trade association that seeks to get people of color involved in the industry as owners, employees, and consumers. I'm also a Puerto Rican. I'm the former president of the Connecticut Puerto Rican Agenda, and I served on the board of the National Puerto Rican Agenda and have been working on justice for Puerto Rico for many years and ensuring that Puerto Rico and all of our territories are able to access the economic benefits of legal cannabis. cannabis. But it's been an uphill battle. We still have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take strong leadership from political allies in order to get some of these laws across the board. And so today I'm very excited to be able to introduce a lawmaker who is a fierce advocate for the residents of the U.S. territory that she represents, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, who represents the U.S. Virgin Islands. She is a stalwart advocate on this issue and someone that is a great champion for the people of the Virgin Islands. And she will be joined by John Allen of NBC News. So I just want to give a quick thank you to Congresswoman Plaskett for being the leader in the Virgin Islands and in the territories that we need, and looking forward to seeing this fantastic conversation play out of how we can get all of the territories into the economy of legal and safe cannabis. So thank you again for joining us, and looking forward to this fantastic conversation.
Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here. I'm Jonathan Allen, along with Delegate Stacey Plaskett, the representative from the Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives. If you don't know me, I'm a senior political analyst for NBC News out of Washington, D.C. I'm a best-selling author of 2 books and a longtime congressional and White House reporter. Delegate Plaskett's been in Congress since 2015. The reason she's here at this summit, of course, is she's the subcommittee chair for the Agriculture Committee's Subcommittee on Biotechnology, Horticulture, and Research. She also serves on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And before coming to Congress, she was involved in economic development issues in the Virgin Islands. Even before that, and I think this makes her particularly interesting for discussion around cannabis policy, she worked at the Justice Department, serving as counsel for the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division and also the Acting Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Torts Branch over there. And she also worked on the staff of Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and his replacement, Jim Comey. Certainly has worked with a lot of people, including Attorney General Eric Holder in the Obama administration, who have been very much involved in various aspects of cannabis policy, and from the law enforcement side of this as well as the economic development side. So with that, Congresswoman Plaskett, welcome. Happy to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for putting on this conference. I think this is a really important topic, and I'm grateful for the many panels and the really deep discussions that are going to take place.
I think the one thing that's really sort of the heart of the discussion going on is trying to figure out how the 2018 Farm Bill has been implemented, and what you're actually seeing on the ground in terms of what you see in the Virgin Islands, but also from the subcommittee level across the United States in terms of the ability of farmers to actually start producing more cannabis and to start bringing hemp to market, and what some of the challenges are to that, and what the real challenges are versus the perception challenges. Can you talk a little bit about that?
You know, the 2018 Farm Bill took a large step forward in the descheduling of hemp from the Controlled Substance Act and sought to provide producers with opportunities to diversify their operations during a difficult time in the farm economy. Many of us believed, of course, that the Farm Bill didn't go far enough in terms of providing support, not only to the growers of hemp, but also in CBD and in continuing to do the research necessary for not just the decriminalization of cannabis, but its eventual removal from the Controlled Substance Act. So, in the various forms, we have a lot of support that we're trying to put in for hemp growers, but we know that there continue to be disadvantages that we're trying to call attention to as they rear their heads. So, like hemp growers were totally disadvantaged when it came to and we've seen it in the COVID pandemic. Smaller CBD companies have not been able to keep their doors open. And even with the assistance from the SBA's Paycheck Protection Program, states have reported a steep decline in smaller growers. Hemp growers were also disadvantaged because they were excluded USDA excluded them from the CFAP program that offered assistance to farmers struggling to get their products to market during this time. USDA were the ones that created the actual parameters of, gave a listing of which products would be included, and we noted that hemp was excluded from that. So it's a continual reminder to USDA, at least on the hemp side, that this is, this is an important market, and there are actual real benefits and real economic growth to be had out of it. And so we're continuing to do that work. And in cannabis, there's so much work to be done. Congress passed, on the House side, we were introduced HR 1595, which I'm a co-sponsor of, which is the Safe Banking Act. It was introduced by Representative Ed Perlmutter. It's like bills to create protections for depository institutions that provide financial service to cannabis-related legitimate businesses and service providers for those businesses.
And it seems like there's a huge mixed message coming from Washington to the rest of the country, right? That there is an encouragement to reap the financial benefits and for farmers to grow to grow cannabis, and for businesses to take advantage of the various possibilities in terms of commerce, in terms of sale, in terms of transportation. And at the same time, the federal law exists that keeps banks from doing business with the growers and with the businesses that are selling and transporting. And here you see during the COVID pandemic, as you said, a difficulty for some of these businesses to access federal help. Is there a way for the federal government to come together and make a decision about how they once and for all want to treat all products derived from cannabis plants?
I think, John, that's an excellent question. And one of the things that I believe is necessary is you are seeing cannabis and hemp being discussed in pockets, right? There isn't really comprehensive discussion about it. So you may have issues in the Judiciary Committee, and it may come up in criminal justice reform, in terms of decriminalization, in terms of expunging records. You'll see it somewhat in the Agriculture Committee when it comes to the growers and the economic benefits. And then also there's a portion of it that sits in the Energy and Commerce Committee when you talk about FDA and doing the studies necessary for some members to, feel comfort around the effects of cannabis on younger people. And so I think what needs to be done is there needs to be a comprehensive look at this. And I don't know whether that's Congress that takes the lead or an administration to be able to say, listen, this is here to stay. There are enormous benefits that we know medically as well as economically. There are, real impediments to its growth that we've created by old laws. And additionally, there are enormous consequences, particularly in communities of color, by how people who are using it, distributing it, are being treated. And once we wrap our minds around that in its totality, I think that's when we're going to see real change and positive impact in terms of cannabis as well as hemp.
And why do you think that discussion is so, because it's a fascinating point you make, why do you think that discussion is so balkanized? Why is it that you have to have that discussion in a criminal justice silo? You have to have it in a farming silo. You have to have it in a banking silo. Is that the politics?
I think that's how Congress works, because there are different portions of the industry of cannabis that are governed and have oversight in different committees in Congress. But that doesn't mean that it can't, a task force can't be created to look at this in its totality, or even in the same way, an administration at the executive level could say, listen, we just need to figure out some real, what are we doing about this? What are the medical, non-medical, medicinal programs and uses of this? What is the economic impact? How are we going to handle this? And let's just get it done.
I mean, that's true of any commodity, right? I mean, you're an expert in commodities.
Well, it's interesting. Cannabis is not considered, and hemp even is not considered a commodity, which is why it's in the committee that I have oversight over, biotechnology, horticulture, and research. So horticulture. So I have jurisdiction over everything in farming that's not a commodity. And what's really interesting is that, when you talk to members who have been around 30 years, 20 years, they say they remember when the largest subcommittees in agriculture were crop insurance and commodities. And now the largest is horticulture. I chair the largest subcommittee. And that's because people have recognized the importance of those things that are not considered traded, right? And there may be very well come a time when cannabis is actually traded on the stock exchange, on the market. And then I think you'll get a whole different perspective in how it's treated. While it's still considered, being treated like broccoli, then we're having these disparate conversations about it. But I do believe that this is the wave of the future. The economic impact of legal cannabis sales are just enormous, right? Will increase 38 billion from 46 billion in 2019 to 106 billion to 130 billion in 2024. That's 181% increase in a very short period of time. So this is something that we've got to really understand, not just understanding it to control it, but understand it to make sure that it grows appropriately, that different groups, small growers are not locked out of the market. Minorities can still have entree and can benefit from an industry that they have historically been penalized for being in. There are so many things that need to be discussed in this that I think have not. If I could just share one story before your next question, demonstrates that. Is the Virgin Islands, the island that I live on, St. Croix, has an annual agricultural fair. And of course, John, you need to come down. It's the largest agricultural fair in the Caribbean, and it's in February, which is, I know, a time when you want to leave DC. But I recall like 2 years ago walking through the fair, and a group of Rastafarians approached me. And, we have a large percentage, a large community of Rastafarians that live in the Virgin Islands. And they were excited about the work that I'm doing, that I was on the agricultural committee, that I was talking about hemp, talking about cannabis. And they brought up the instance that, people are now calling what we call a sacrament, which is a sacrament in our religion. It's now become cannabis. And now it's taken over by, hipsters and others in cities, and they're making money off of it. Whereas our children and our grandchildren were stigmatized to believe that we were conducting illegal activity, that we were criminals. And how do we get beyond that? What has been the psychological damage to our children, our grandchildren, by believing that what we use as a sacrament was in fact, a criminal activity. So, that just blew my mind as to not just the work economically that we have to do and make sure that the regulatory framework is in there so that it's not abused, so that young children are not engaged in it, that there are safety and precautions, that we have the ability to utilize this in the best ways possible for medicinal purposes as well. But the psychological ramifications of it in our country as well.
Do you think it's simpler to fully legalize with protections than it is to put together a framework for growing, but not using for medicinal and recreational purposes?
When you have a new industry that's growing, I think there needs to be some kind of there need to be some barriers, right? There needs to be some kind of framework. I think about something that's growing right now that I'm also involved in, blockchain, right? And I think that we need to create a framework so that bad actors do not take advantage of it, that we have supports for new businesses, for minorities, for small growers to continue to thrive. And without that framework, I think that, it's cause for others to just take over and gobble it all up. That the market is not as efficient as we think it is. So I want to have that in place personally. And personally, I have a great deal of concern. I'm definitely for decriminalization, and I do want to move to legalization, but I also want our administration, Congress, to put in the funding necessary to let's for once and for all get the science right on this in terms of the effect on younger people so that we have the framework necessary. So we're not ending up as we did with tobacco, right? And nicotine, and seeing its effect and what it does to young people later on, made as replacement smokers to something that was deadly or really has real cautionary tales for us now. So I'm hopeful that will be in place sooner rather than later so that we can move beyond this and grow both economically as well as the physical and mental benefits as well.
Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, thank you very much. Hopefully we can do a policy summit in St. Croix next year. I think everybody would love that. Beats the heck out of Zoom. No offense to Zoom.
Well, let's just pray that we, get beyond this pandemic, that, we can all be well and safe, and then you're always welcome. You and the entire summit.
Everyone, right?
Virgin Islands.
Can't beat it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, John and Congresswoman Plaskett. Our next set of panel discussions focuses on harm reduction, from the harm caused by the war on drugs to the harm of the opioid epidemic to harm caused by unclear regulations. There's a whole lot to talk about. Let's get started.
In the United States today, cannabis legalization is an uneven patchwork of policies that vary wildly from state to state. Not only has a lack of federal regulation put the health of Americans at risk by preventing the broad scientific testing of cannabis, but prohibition has inflicted generations of damage on Black and brown Americans due to the failed war on drugs. Our next discussions will examine new policies that bring tangible changes to the racial disparities in our criminal justice system, examine the intersection of cannabis and public health, and we'll take a deep dive into how creating uniform regulations can help consumers be confident that they are purchasing products from safe sources. We hope that you enjoy the program.
Hello again, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this afternoon as we talk about drug policy and harm reduction. The next panel discussion is titled The Bill to End Cannabis Prohibition, the MORE Act. This discussion is not only timely and important, but it features three people who are near and dear to the heart of the National Cannabis Festival organization, the co-chairs of our advocacy committee, Justin Streckel with NORML, Michelle Rutter-Freiberg with the National Cannabis Industry Association, and Queen Ida Sui with the Drug Policy Alliance. We're also thrilled to have Politico's Natalie Fertig moderating today's discussion. Enjoy the program, and remember to get on Twitter right now and during the discussion to tweet your live Q&A questions using the hashtag CannaSummit2020. Natalie, take it away.
I'm Natalie Fertig, and I'm the cannabis policy reporter at Politico. I focus on federal policy, and you are now part of the panel on the MORE Act, which is actually coming to a vote on the House floor soon. So this is perfect timing. I am joined today by Justin Streckel, the policy director of NORML, Michelle Rutter-Freiberg, deputy director of government relations at the National Cannabis Industry Association, and Queen Ida Sui, the policy manager at Drug Policy Alliance. So we're just going to jump right in to our questions. And I think the most obvious one really is, how did we get here? How did we get to the point where the MORE Act is having a vote in the U.S. House of Representatives after 50 years of cannabis being federally illegal? Queen, do you want to start us out kind of talking about that?
Really where we got here started, I mean, it's decades of work that really got us here. If we're really talking about it, decades of work by people who, were trying to push marijuana reform back when it really was not even popular at all. Back when, officers on the Hill really didn't take you serious when you actually were trying to approach them about marijuana reform. But I would say tangibly over the last several years, we've gotten to this point based on shifts in conversation in Congress, shifts that happened because advocates really started to change the conversation around marijuana reform from just kind of a civil liberties issue to one that really acknowledged the harms of marijuana prohibition and really acknowledged the racially disparate harms at that. I think that shift in conversation brought a lot more people to the table, because people can still struggle with their biases when it comes to the plant. But when you better understand the implications of criminalization beyond just the plant, it begins to widen the net of support for people who really are focused on, reforming the criminal legal system, understanding policing and its harms on our communities and things of that sort.
As I've been talking to lawmakers over the last couple of days about how, in the wake of the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and just all of the protests that have been happening nationwide and the conversation about racial justice, that really did the final push. I mean, is that what you guys are hearing from lawmakers and behind the scenes?
It wasn't the death; it was the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Were a single flashpoint because but they were the most recent flashpoint. Mm-hmm. And I do think that the national response to the state murder of those two individuals and so many others, because when you hear people chanting in the streets, they're not just saying they're those two names. I mean, there is a laundry list of names of people who've been murdered by the state as a result of an escalation of tension between police and communities they're tasked with and serving. And marijuana criminalization is one of the most commonly used tools of oppression when it comes to justifications for law enforcement officers to enter into interactions with citizens. We saw this with stop and frisk. We see this with law enforcement and driving while black and pulling people over and using the odor of cannabis, whether or not it's actually even there, as a justification to search a vehicle and detain an individual. To Queen's point, and just to lift it up, this is 50 years in the making. And we, us as advocates on this panel, we're very, very fortunate to stand on the shoulders of all of those who came before and fought and screamed and put their blood, sweat, and shoe leather into this effort way before it was cool. And in 1970, when the Controlled Substances Act went into place, only 12% of the American public supported legalization. Today, we regularly see polling 67, 68, 69% of the public, outright majorities based on ideological lines, but with Democrats, Republicans, and independents, all supporting by an outright majority. It's a really exciting time.
Just to contextualize also, because again, this work really started even before the murders of the folks that we've been talking about. Back in 2018, DPA convened the Marijuana Justice Coalition, which Normal is a part of as well, but really focused, and we came together with the mandate of wanting to pass marijuana reform that did not leave communities behind. So with this intentionality, since then, we've been working to build a bill that really spoke to these principles of acknowledging the harms that have been faced by communities and individuals, and wanting to see reform that actually would address those issues comprehensively. Just because, again, the harm has been so comprehensive when we're talking about immigration, the implications on immigration, the implications on people's access to public benefits, all the thousands of collateral consequences that come with an arrest or incarceration. We wanted to make sure that, especially under a Democrat-led House, that these things are actually addressed and giving us the precedent to really move reform like this throughout Congress, not just in the House.
Talking about how we got here, Michelle, is there anything that we're leaving out right now? It's never just one thing that gets a bill to the floor. So what do you think?
No, I think Queen and Justin have really hit the nail on the head. I think the one point that I would really, really drive home is the point that they both said, that we all stand on the shoulders of so many people who have done this work before us, but also I think to the point that Queen was making, also on the shoulders of people who have been disproportionately affected by these policies, right? We're not only standing on the shoulders of reformers and advocates in this space, but also from the communities and individuals and frankly the families that also have had to deal with the fallout of our, our cannabis policies. So I don't think we're leaving anything out in terms of how we got here, other than the one thing I would mention, and I know Justin and Queen were integral in this, and I don't know if this is a point, Natalie, that you were going to get to, which is just about who were the lead sponsors of these pieces of legislation, both in the House and the Senate. I mean, it's no small feat that the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jerry Nadler, is the sponsor of the MORE Act. And if you work in DC or around politics, you'll know that it's very rare for the chairman of a committee where a bill has jurisdiction. And of course, the Judiciary Committee was, number one for the MORE Act. And so I also think that deserves to be talked about as well, about the work that it took to get some of those members to that point, perhaps, but also just, I think it really says a lot about the legislation itself. And of course, what we would be remiss not to mention that the MORE Act main sponsor in the Senate is, of course, now Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris.
And I mean, I think it's very interesting that this is happening less than a month after, the DNC vote that decided that the DNC's platform is not to legalize cannabis. And this definitely shows that the Democrats in the House are not going to just switch their plans because the DNC's platform is different. And I mean, like you're mentioning, Kamala Harris is also now the vice presidential nominee. How does this sort of, as we're going into a potential Biden White House, if he wins in November, this bill is still going to be something that's going to be worked on in the next Congress. It's not probably going to be signed into law before, January 2021. Where does that set the process on this bill under a Biden-Harris administration?
I'm glad that Michelle pointed out the parts about the committee chair carrying it in the House. And it's, it additionally flagged that we have a number of other committee chairs that came out as original co-sponsors of the bill, including Chair of Financial Services, Maxine Waters, Chair of Small Business Committee, Nadia Velazquez, who actually was the intellectual architect of the SBA provisions that are in the MORE Act, which would incentivize localities and states to set up licensing structures that would make it more accessible for local entrepreneurs and a diverse array of local entrepreneurs to easily apply for those licenses to ensure that this emerging industry is reflective of the community that it serves, and it's not just owned by a small handful of wealthy individuals. But no, I think when we talk about, federal reform, first off, there's no such thing as a federal legalization bill, period, full stop. I don't care what the Democratic Party's platform says, whether or not it includes the word legalization or not, because there's no such thing as a federal legalization bill. We can end prohibition, but the onus is on states to implement legalization regimes, and whether or not the federal government chooses to put forward a regulatory structure to govern its commerce, standard weights and measurements, those kind of things that we see with alcohol, labeling requirements, that's fine. And we're normally is regularly engaged in conversations about what that should look like. It's not currently addressed by the MORE Act. It may or may not be addressed by the MORE Act in its next iteration. But it's important to keep those things in mind, right? So a lot of this is just rhetorical points of contention that really aren't in contention when it comes to the policy underscored by the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act. And we're cautiously optimistic, right? It's my sincere hope that a successful vote on this bill will completely dispel any notions that there is, legacy concern with amongst one of the major parties, being the Democratic Party. And when it comes to the Republican Party, I'm holding out that I suspect we'll see more Republicans voting in favor of the MORE Act than we see Democrats voting against the MORE Act. And I don't know exactly how many Republicans that will be who vote yes, but I suspect that the answer is going to surprise everybody.
Well, and it's such interesting timing too. I mean, I think it came out yesterday, I think it's public now that the vote is scheduled for the week of September the 21st. And then, we all know this because we work here in DC, October, all of these members will go back home to their districts and their states to campaign if they're in the House or, support other candidates. And then it's the election too. And so I think that it's also really important when we talk about this bill, of course, is to just talk about, what's the purpose of it right now. Natalie, I think it was you already touched on, it has quite an upward trajectory in a very small time in terms of the Senate. So what's the point of doing this now? And I think that's something that we, of course, have to talk about. And I think it's, to make sure that we get people on the record about this issue, right, ahead of an election. And I think that is going to give a lot of members of Congress pause when they go to vote, knowing that, again, voters will be at the ballot box and will know very well what they how they chose to cast their vote.
And if I can add, I think another mandate of Congress right now, really around this bill, is the fact that the House managed to pass marijuana reform already this Congress around banking services, which is an important issue. But again, one that doesn't, that leaves behind communities that have been impacted by criminalization. And it was a concern of many of the members of the Marijuana Justice Coalition that, Congress might, take one bite at the apple when it comes to marijuana reform. And we see now that, the pressure that folks had put on Congress and House Dems and leadership to not forget these communities is really, again, what brought us here. So it's a mixed situation where it's, one, getting folks on the record ahead of the elections. But really, this was prior to the elections and prior to this dynamic where, Dems have this bipartisan opportunity to not only fix the banking issues through descheduling, but also, expungement, resentencing, all the other pieces that are in the MORE Act. It's kind of something that really was imperative for them to do regardless. But it's really interesting to see it happen and play out before the elections.
Hold on, I want to loop around to that. But before we keep going, I do want to tell people that are watching right now, we're going to do a Q&A session after. Submit questions via Twitter using the hashtag Canna Summit 2020. So definitely go on and start submitting questions right now as we keep talking, and then we'll get to them toward the end here. But what Queen and Justin both kind of touched on this, and I think we should take a second and do, is explain what the MORE Act does and then also what it doesn't do, because there's so many bills on Capitol Hill that deal with the Controlled Substances Act, and some of them require states to legalize, some of them don't. There's a lot of different things. I mean, even Hoyer in his email or his letter said that we're going to decriminalize marijuana. And we know that that's not also exactly what's happening right now. In a small d it is, but there are states that have done marijuana decriminalization, which does not legally take as far of a step as legalizing or removing it from the Controlled Substances Act. So can you guys kind of explain what does this bill do? Let's start with that. Justin, do you want to explain what this bill does? And then either Michelle or Queen can explain what it doesn't do.
I think a good way to do it is I'll take the CSA component, Queen can
there we go.
Michelle can take the SBA component. It's very important to be specific when we're talking about the policy reforms, but the rhetoric is just that, rhetoric. So a lot of supporters of descheduling marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act refer to it as decriminalization because we are removing the criminal penalties regarding the possession, control, and manufacture of the substance. And it leaves those policies to the states, for the states to make a local decision. So if the MORE Act was enacted tomorrow, then the following day, it will still be just as illegal in Texas as it was yesterday. So it's important to keep that in mind. So can you call it, is it intellectually consistent to call it decriminalization at the federal level? Yes. Does it comport with how we think of decriminalization at the state level, where it's merely no longer a criminal offense, but it's a civil offense, so it's still a ticketable offense? It's still justification for a law enforcement agent to engage and enter into an interaction. No, it's not the same exact, but this is one of those areas where, all squares can be considered rectangles, but not all rectangles can be considered squares. So the language is very important how we use it. If we want to make sure that the commerce of cannabis is properly regulated, we need to remove it from the Controlled Substances Act. Anybody who tells you that rescheduling marijuana and decriminalizing marijuana at the federal level are the same thing are either incorrect or worse. So we think it's incredibly important to make these distinctions, because every schedule of the Controlled Substances Act has criminal or penalties associated with it for the possession of a substance without the physician's prescription. So any kind of rescheduling would completely maintain the tension between the existing adult use markets and the existing medical markets, because the medical markets weren't constructed to accommodate a rescheduling. And that's why we need to deschedule marijuana from the CSA, period, full stop.
Because a lot of people don't necessarily completely know the Controlled Substances Act. If something is a Schedule I drug on the controlled substance, that means that it has no perceived medical value and that it has a high propensity for addiction, just to clarify for everybody.
If I can, thank you for clarifying, but it's not no perceived medical value. It's saying it has no medical value.
Right.
And
no proven medical value.
And the scheduling of Schedule I for cannabis is intellectually dishonest, is scientifically dishonest, it's morally wrong.
Well, we do know that there have been a number of drugs using THC and cannabis that have been proven by the FDA to have medical value.
The numbers.
But that's a number of them.
It is.
Justin likes to argue with everything that I say. Queen, can you please take over and explain to us the equity and the expungements portion of this bill? Because that's definitely something that has been brought in from some other bills that were already in Congress as well.
Yeah, and if I can just add even to the descheduling piece, descheduling is a cornerstone for this, because again, a lot of the collateral benefits, protecting non-citizens, like non-citizens are still at risk of being denied citizenship or even just working in the legal industry because of their proximity to a federally controlled substance. So descheduling is like one of the best ways to protect non-citizens who are in proximity to the plant. Banking services, research will be able to be more robust when we deschedule and things of that sort. So descheduling is really the red line at minimum when it comes to really ending prohibition. Additionally, this bill sets up a process for expungement and resentencing on the federal level for marijuana offenses. It also puts a 5% excise tax on the manufacturer side of marijuana sales to create an Office of Cannabis Justice, which will hold 3 different grant programs, one of which is a community reinvestment fund, which is similar to the language we saw in the Marijuana Justice Act. And the other 2 are meant to make the industry a little bit more diverse and inclusive by incentivizing states to do a number of things that help make for a more equitable licensing scheme, including retroactive expungement, providing funds for states to do this, which it costs states to do that. So incentivizing states to do that. It also includes a BLS study on the demographics of the industry, just so we can keep the industry accountable for who's making up the industry. And it, again, added protections for people who need access to public benefits, security clearances, and things of that sort. So it's a really comprehensive bill, as you hear, that addresses really all of the harms on the federal level around prohibition, while also taking stabs at trying to make the industry that's born of this advocacy more inclusive.
And was that really the part that made this bill above, Marijuana Justice Act and some of the other bills that would do maybe a simple descheduling in the House? There are a good handful of them. Is this really kind of what pushed this bill to the forefront for the House this Congress, this aspect in here of expungements and equity?
I wouldn't compare them in that way. I would say previous bills were what the MORE Act was built off of. So this was kind of a collaborative effort amongst congressional leaders and existing legislation. And the MORE Act we just added more things to make it better, if that makes sense. So, the MORE Act took inspiration from the Marijuana Justice Act. It took inspiration from Schumer's and Hakeem Jeffries' Marijuana Freedom and Opportunity Act. It built off of these existing pieces of legislation to the comprehensive bill that we have now, led by the Judiciary Chairman. So I would really think about it as a collaborative kind of congressional effort amongst leaders who are at the forefront of this issue.
Right, and getting to that end, I know, Natalie, I think you were just going to ask me about some of the small business provisions in the bill, not to jump the gun here, but Queen set that up perfectly for me. You know, there's a number of small business provisions in the bill and outlines, you know, various things that the Small Business Administration can or cannot do once the bill is passed. You know, one of those, for instance, one of the grant programs is administered by the Small Business Administration. And that one, this is the Cannabis Opportunity Grant Program, would provide funds for loans to assist small businesses in the marijuana industry that are owned and controlled by both socially and economically disadvantaged individuals, right? So the bill talks a lot about the SBA, and getting back to Queen's point about it being so collaborative, the chairwoman of the House Small Business Committee, Chairwoman Nydia Velazquez, I guess it was just last year, time is so wonky now, she introduced a bill that was the Ensuring Safe Capital Access for All Small Businesses Act, and that was part of a package that she did with other members of the House Small Business Committee. But correct me if I'm wrong, Justin Queen, I think that you guys, when everyone was crafting the bill, sort of took a lot of the components from Chairwoman Velazquez's bill and then again inserted and put that into the MORE Act, strengthening it. So I think, like Queen said, you have a bill here that has tried to take some of the strongest pieces from all these different bills. And if you work in this space or are paying any attention, you know that there are plenty of bills to pick and choose provisions from. And so I think that it just really shows, you know, sort of the moment that we've gotten to as well, where, you know, similar, I guess, to sort of how we've seen states regulate, right? You know, Colorado and Washington are first, and you have other states like Nevada and California and Massachusetts come online. You know, the later states get to then pick and choose and build stronger programs. So I actually think it's sort of similar to that too. And one other thing I should mention before I go, I would be remiss not to mention in terms of small businesses in this bill is that, you know, small businesses and medium-sized businesses, which is the majority of the cannabis industry, are penalized by a tax provision that's known as 280E, which essentially says that if you're dealing with a Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 substance, of course, we already discussed cannabis is a Schedule 1 substance, you basically can't make standard business deductions on your taxes, like payroll or rent. And so one of the many great things, I should say, there's a multitude of wonderful things this bill does, and its tax provision is definitely not top of the list. But for small businesses, obviously getting rid of 280E is a huge help to them. You know, some businesses are paying 70, 80, 90%. It's unsustainable, and it's also a reason why small and medium-sized businesses have had such a difficult time, you know, staying open and operational. You know, who can survive when you have to pay a tax rate like that. And so the MORE Act would also get rid of that. And so I know that's something that these small businesses would really be excited about.
I'm going to have to cut everybody short, unfortunately. But I was just going to say that the MORE Act will also negate the need for the Safe Banking Act, which passed the House last fall, because it would then not be a Schedule 1 substance as well. So we're going to go into our Q&A time now. If you've been tweeting questions, the hashtag is CannaSummit2020. We're going to go into Q&A, so definitely tweet your questions right now. Thanks everybody for being here.
Hey everybody. All right, so we are jumping into our live Q&A segment now. We are still here in maybe different places or dressed slightly differently, but we're all the same people that you just heard from. So we have some questions that have been submitted on Twitter through the hashtag Canna Summit 2020. If you have any more, we've got about 10 minutes to get them in fast and they might send them to us. Our first question is from Brianne Dupree in Illinois, and she's asking, can we expect to see major releases of convicted persons with a federal legalization? And I'm gonna let Queen and then Justin handle that question first.
Just so folks know, the passage of the MORE Act in the House is not like the passage of the bill being signed into law. So this is just the first step. We still have a large fight to go through the Senate and then to finally get it, signed by the president. But the bill itself would allow for resentencing of people convicted of marijuana offenses on the federal level.
And just
to add on to that, what Queen says is really important. We're really cautiously very optimistic about the upcoming House vote, but given Senator McConnell's intransigence and an absolute refusal to move anything when it comes to cannabis or marijuana, we don't know. To build off what Queen said about federal resentencing, the overwhelming majority of drug convictions regarding marijuana have been given under state and local authorities. So what the MORE Act has done is with the Marijuana Opportunity Trust Fund, it would incentivize states and localities to facilitate those expungements, and hopefully, with the power of folks lobbying their local policymakers, also allow creating resentencing structures. So it's really going to be up to the citizens in each jurisdiction as to whether or not you're going to see local people who are locally held in prison for nonviolent marijuana related offenses getting released.
Yeah, and can you guys give us a little bit of context about federal versus state prison populations and the number of people in those prisons and jails that are there for drug crimes? I think a lot of people don't know kind of what that difference is.
Queen, you want to take it?
Oh.
Sorry, y'all. The majority of people who are arrested, especially for possession of marijuana, typically, like Justin said, are impacted on the state level. So the importance of the MORE Act is that it's setting a precedent as well for states to do marijuana reform in a way that acknowledges the harm of criminalization. So the capability of Congress is really to address the federal offenses. So on the federal level, the MORE Act would address the smaller amounts of people who are impacted by marijuana offenses, while again providing resources and funds. Providing resources and funds for states to do the same.
So I would just think that in all.
Great. We're going to move on to the next question, which is from Jenny in San Diego. It's cool that we have so many people from all over the country here. She asks, which Republicans can we expect to support the MORE Act in the House? Michelle, you want to take that one?
Sure. So there is currently only one Republican co-sponsor signed on to the MORE Act, which is Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida. But in addition to him, we can expect him to vote yes, since he's co-sponsored the bill, of course. But in addition to him, there have been a couple Republicans who have come out publicly and said that they do intend to vote yes. One of those is Congressman Don Young of Alaska, and the other one of those is Congressman Tom McClintock of California. But that being said, just because, members aren't talking about it publicly, that's not to say that we're not going to have a number of Republicans vote in favor of this bill. I think that we're all, at least I have been somewhat pleasantly surprised by, some of those conversations behind closed doors and how promising those have been. And I think something that's really, really interesting that's not getting talked about a lot, you'll see a lot of headlines about the bill and it's, pot legalization and federal legalization. And it's actually interesting, when at least I talk to a lot of Republicans, we really do talk about this though as states being allowed to set their own policies and that because that's exactly what it is. And, the term states' rights is very much a loaded term. And I don't know if we necessarily want to use it when we talk about this piece of legislation specifically. But that being said, again, when I talk to Republican offices, I think that we do expect a decent amount of support because again, the bill will remove cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act at the federal level, but then is still allowing states to set their own policies, So if a state like, Idaho, for instance, still doesn't want anything to do with cannabis and decides to keep their state laws as cannabis is completely illegal, well then Unfortunately, that would be their prerogative, but we know that that's not the decision that a lot of other states would choose.
And I guess it's a good reminder also that, I mean, California, for example, which is a legal state, still has a majority of its jurisdictions do not allow the sale of marijuana. So we could see something similar.
And like those dry counties.
Yeah. And also a bigger answer to this question is going to be something I'll be trying to find out on Capitol Hill next week. So hopefully we'll have more information. The next question is I'm going to throw at Justin, and it's from Michael in Maryland. And the question is the MORE Act doomed in the Senate? And does it have any support there in the Senate? We'll tack that one on as well.
Doomed is such an absolute word. No, I think that when we see Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell proudly proclaiming himself as I believe he referred to himself as the Undertaker, when it comes to the legislation that is sent over from the House of Representatives, or I'm sorry, the Grim Reaper. That's how he referred to himself.
The graveyard.
Yes, in the graveyard, in the legislative graveyard, he is the Grim Reaper. It's difficult to hold out any hope that Mitch McConnell would even allow for consideration of the bill. We don't have a lot of allies in the Republican majority caucus in the Senate, and it's just a fact. In the House, where lawmakers are much closer to their constituents, we're seeing an ever-growing increase in the number of Republicans who are willing to engage in these conversations, even from states that haven't reformed their policies and maybe still under a form of prohibition. As we saw with the passage of the Safe Banking Act, and nearly half of the Republican caucus voted in favor of that standalone piece of legislation. But yeah, I mean, if you have friends in Kentucky, call them up and tell them to vote against Mitch McConnell. If you got friends, if you got friends who aren't in Kentucky but know people in Kentucky, tell them to call their friends. I think that ultimately at the end of the day, it's going to require Mitch McConnell being in the leadership role in the Senate for us to be able to get something substantive forward. And building on that, if I can say one more thing, there's been a lot of brouhaha, throughout this conference talking about the States Act. And, I would just to point out, a lot of the legislative theory that's been discussed about the States Act is that if it passed the House, then the Republican Senate would take it up. And I just want to point out, there's been nothing stopping Chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Lindsey Graham, from taking up the States Act. There's been a lot of commitments made and promises made about how the Senate would do such a thing, but we've yet to see it. It's all been hollow words. So we're hoping that by passing the MORE Act in the House this year, we're going to set the baseline saying on this side of ending marijuana prohibition, we're going to address the harms that have been inflicted upon people, human beings, disproportionately poor, disproportionately Black and brown, disproportionately young, at a time when they get a criminal conviction that hurts them for the rest of their lives. So, it's really exciting. I think that the House taking this vote is an incredibly important step.
And something you said about, calling your friends and to vote against Mitch McConnell is that part of this conversation, I was talking to Chairman Nadler and to Representative Steve Cohen last week about this bill, and they both brought up the fact that they were hoping that passing the MORE Act in the House would push some people who live in states where there are other Senate races, like Colorado, like North Carolina, somebody help me out, Montana, places where either cannabis is on the ballot or they already have legalized cannabis, Arizona, for example. And there's like a big Senate race, because if Democrats could take back the Senate, that would also displace Mitch McConnell. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to mention too, I think September 22nd, I believe, is National Voter Registration Day. And because we do have such a broad audience from all over the country, and who knows, all over the world, or I guess not all over the world, but all over the country here, I just really do want to make plead with everybody to make sure you're registered to vote. It is such an important election in general. And if you're concerned about this issue, it is absolutely going to be a game changer, especially in terms of the Senate. Like Justin said, the reason that we're having such a difficult time actually getting over the finish line with a lot of this legislation is just because it is still controlled by the GOP and they don't want to take it up. And so please make sure you're registered to vote. There's a lot of efforts going on. I know of one that's the Cannabis Voter Project. People can go to cannabisvoter.info and see how members vote, get registered, learn how to register.
All right, we're just about done here. Any final words? Queen, any final words?
Just really to add on to the last piece about elections, really want to emphasize the fact that this issue is something that people care about across the aisle. And this is an issue that Democrats in particular really need to take mind to on the federal level and in the states, just because, again, it's an issue that cuts across the aisle and cuts across different interests and really can get people to the polls. So I encourage folks, again, like Michelle said, to register to vote and turn up in November.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone who tuned in. Stay tuned for the next couple weeks as we see what happens with the MORE Act in the House. It's a big month for weed policy. And thanks for joining us today.
It's so great to know that the future of cannabis policy reform is in such capable hands. Huge shout out to NORML, the Drug Policy Alliance, and the National Cannabis Industry Association for their important work. Our next presenter is Mitchell Gomez, Executive Director of DanceSafe.
My name is Mitchell Gomez. I'm the Executive Director of DanceSafe. In 2019, an outbreak of lung illnesses associated with vaping and e-cigarettes caused widespread fear among consumers and a rush to ban entire product categories by government officials. Months later, the illnesses have ebbed and the tainted products have been identified. And once again, we've seen that a problem created by prohibition is being used to further push prohibition. So what have we learned? For our next discussion, I'm happy to welcome Michelle Minton, Senior Fellow at the Competitive Enterprise Institute, and Jane O'Donnell, Healthcare Policy Reporter at USA Today. To take part in the conversation, visit the National Cannabis Festival on Twitter and use hashtag CannaSummit2020. Take it away, Jane.
Well, thanks so much for having us here today. I never thought I'd be invited to a cannabis festival, but hey, here I am. I'm Jane O'Donnell, the health policy reporter at USA Today. I've covered safety in its various incarnations for most of my career through the 90s, and have a special interest as the co-founder and head of the Urban Health Media Project in marijuana use, particularly in the inner city.
Hi, I'm Michelle Minton. I'm the Senior Fellow in Consumer Policy Studies at the nonpartisan think tank, the Competitive Enterprise Institute. I'm very excited to be here again and to be interviewed by Jane, a reporter I absolutely respect.
Thank you so much. It was funny, I was thinking of doing this today. Did you even meet Fred Smith, the founder of the Competitive Enterprise Institute? I used to talk to him in the 90s about
Fred's fantastic.
Yeah, I could argue either side of most stories, but certain stories, certainly in my much longer career, have jumped out at me. And the vaping discussion really, the vaping coverage really did amaze me. And as a parent of a now college student, I looked at it and I was very concerned that I was surrounded by young people as a parent who wouldn't have smoked and then they were vaping. But then it quickly morphed into a much more serious problem where young people were in hospitals with lung disease, people were dying. And the response seems to have been product bans. Has that worked? Do they work? And do you know any numbers on whether young people are vaping less as bans have taken hold?
Yeah, so first, right off the bat, last summer when people started going to the hospital with acute lung injuries, everything about it looked like some kind of tainted product because it was all located, it started in the Midwest, it started to spread out. It was clearly a supply chain issue. Vaping has been around since 2010, really popular, so around before that, and nothing like this had ever happened. It was localized in the United States, mostly among young people. Everything said this is something else besides just vaping, which a lot of the news coverage said, and even the CDC continued to say, avoid e-cigarettes, avoid vaping. And very quickly, by August, it was clear that it was specifically illicit THC vaporizers being sold on the black market. And then we isolated the vitamin E acetate as being the most likely, taint to the tainted chemical. And unfortunately, news media continue to say vaping. A lot of politicians and people who had a particular agenda on the vaping issue, on nicotine vaping, seized on the media coverage to pass emergency bans on e-cigarettes, on nicotine vapor products, which by all accounts there's no evidence that e-cigarettes were involved in the outbreak at all. And since then, it doesn't appear youth vaping of nicotine products has changed much. Most of it is experimental. It always has been. Very few, around 1% of youth who've never smoked, use e-cigarettes with any kind of regularity, which would say, okay, these are users, they're at risk for nicotine dependency. And even in that small group, we don't know if they would have ever gone on to smoking, because it's impossible to say. If someone has a proclivity for experimentation, they may have gone on to do other things. It doesn't necessarily mean they wouldn't have or they would have. But no, so bans do not stop youth from experimenting with e-cigarettes. In fact, it's the ban on cannabis in a lot of these states, or banning through taxation, making it so expensive that you're functionally shut out of the legal market, that drove people towards these illicit THC carts and allowed tainted products to enter into a lot of people's lives and cause severe illnesses and a few deaths as well.
But there is still what got me concerned as a parent and as a journalist who I don't mind, whatever the story is, I think it's important for people to know. And when I started hearing about now I'm in all these Facebook groups, but there's hyperemesis, there's young people with developing psychotic disorder. There is a link, and I know the use of the word link is controversial, or at least keep it at link. But what about the other risks from marijuana and what some people say, and I'm told that young people do often, they may not go into cigarettes, but a certain group of young people are going to vape nicotine and then vape marijuana.
And I know this is something you've written about a lot, that the media coverage seems to be very one-sided. And on a lot of these issues, on marijuana and on nicotine, different types of biases, but it is that, and there are risks. There are risks to everything we do. Drinking our morning coffee has risks. Getting in the car, everything has risks. And it is not beneficial to the public, to consumers, to just ignore the research that there are, for certain individuals, some risks. With marijuana, as with nicotine, when you have so much attention, research on a topic, and a long history of use, and you're still not really sure how big the risk, that usually means that it's fairly marginal and small. So it's on the margins where there are risks that are significant for people. So, but that is something that if you have psychosis in your family, if you have family history of schizophrenia, that is something that you should be aware of, that there's a potential impact here, even depression and things like that. But for a lot of people, marijuana use is very helpful. It's very individual. And the problem, I think, is that a lot of coverage and a lot of the policy discussion is agenda driven. There is an agenda, and then the evidence is found. Evidence that doesn't fit is ignored. And that's unfortunate, because human beings are not one thing. Americans are not one thing. Even age groups and people and states are not one thing. It's give us as consumers the information, allow us to honestly speak with our physicians. That's a big thing, is that we need to be able to honestly communicate and decide for ourselves how big of a risk we want to take with these products. Whatever the risks are for anybody, they are bigger. They are magnified when you force people into the black market and force them underground, and not to be able to speak openly about what they're considering doing or what they are doing.
And when you say agenda driven, you're talking about the coverage or the advocacy? So I actually, okay, it's funny. I will say, as somebody who's been inside the media so long, I think agenda, to suggest we have an agenda is less likely or even possible, because it's so a seat of the pants these days. But as you well know, there are certain places that make it very easy. Certain advocacy groups, academic institutions that hand out studies that have sensational findings that when you're under pressure to get a lot of visitors to your site, they can be kind of irresistible. Do any of those come to mind?
Yeah, no, and I'm completely sympathetic to the journalist's plight right now of, there's so much pressure to have eyeballs on news, and these academic institutions a lot of times, and not just them, government agencies put out press releases that have just about everything you need for a story. And I see a lot of that, and part of me doesn't blame reporters for doing that. We're like, I have the quotes, I can just copy and paste and clip and maybe call a few people and add a few things in here. And I would say, yes, it's rare that I've seen reporters reporters, in particular with an agenda, that's not the right word. I think the better word is bias, that you are more inclined, if you're, I'm not going to name it.
You're afraid of something, like some of us are just like motivated more by a certain fear or a certain belief. Yeah.
There's an angle too. You say if someone is interested in cannabis and they, even if they don't use it in their personal life, but they recognize the social justice aspect of it, that sort of thing, criminal justice, they are more inclined to write about a study that has positive results. He's saying, cannabis, for example, is correlated with lower opioid overdose deaths, which is true from a lot of studies, than they are to say write about a study that finds there's a link between, and again, shifty word, link, there's a link between depression and cannabis use, which could mean people who are depressed are seeking it out, or it could mean there's some feedback from that. But, I think if we're talking about reporters and studies and that sort of thing, there are two recent studies. I'm only going to focus on one out of Stanford recently that said that vaping e-cigarettes, it was an online survey, is linked with COVID-19, a positive result for COVID-19. Again, online survey, anonymous results. Numbers didn't add up. 17, almost 18% in the people who said they used e-cigarettes were tested for COVID, and only 6% in the other group who didn't use said they were tested, and they didn't calculate the results based on the number of tests. So of course the one group had more positives. It's bad, but news media picked up on it because it was extremely, it's two really big issues that are going to get a lot of attention. COVID and youth vaping are huge in the media. So both attention grabbing, the quotes were there, in the press release, they made it seem like this is absolute proof, and media picked up on it. And of course, lawmakers who've had a particular agenda, like Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois, used it as the basis for policymaking. It said, we have to immediately ban these products, which off one study and a couple media reports is not good policy. But so this is the danger, where I don't blame journalists for doing this sort of thing, but I do say that there are real consequences to this kind of media. Even when studies like that get retracted, which I know you wrote about a big vaping study that was retracted, that's still being used and cited by government agencies, by media as evidence. The study that vaping is linked with heart attacks, even though most of the heart attacks occurred before people started vaping. So it was retracted, but that's still in people's minds. So, what they say about a lie traveling 3 times around the world before the truth could get its pants on, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And it is, it's something you can, at least, again, speaking from the media, you speak up when you can, and you try to, I've found this subject, the subject of how to cover studies, such an important skill. And of course, with the time that everyone has, nobody really has the time to do it. And I've always preferred spending more time on a story, but and sometimes just doing the stories that nobody's talking about, whatever the angle is, because I was alarmed just because all regular people, friends of mine, were just saying to me that they knew that vaping nicotine was sending kids to the hospital. And speaking of which, as soon as COVID hit, we stopped writing about that. And I have no idea how many people, I assume, do you know, like, are there, what is the prevalence, if any, of EVALI now?
EVALI being the e-cigarette,
the lung disease.
E-cigarette or vaping and vaping associated pulmonary injury. It actually went down precipitously after the CDC finally made a clear statement that it was illicit THC products. And this is, the FDA had been saying that for a while. A lot of state health authorities had been saying since August or September of that year, saying avoid illicit THC products. Like that seems to be the major cause. So it went down a lot after, I would say, January. And so far, I haven't heard any stories. Luckily, I haven't heard of any more deaths associated with this particular pulmonary injury. What happened was the illicit makers of these products, the dealers who were making these products, understood that it was vitamin E acetate that they were putting in, cutting the THC oil with this, and so they stopped doing it. Frankly, I'm sure there's still some out there who are going to do it, but the larger ones stopped using that, and that's something where a regulated legal market can act faster. And can actually remove products from the market. So once these illicit products were on the market, they just had to make that. Hopefully, people threw them away when they learned about this. But unfortunately, a lot of people still don't know that it was tainted THC cards on the illicit market that was causing this. Most people thought it was e-cigarettes. So a lot of young people, and I know a lot of other folks have spoken to young people who use THC. If you asked them, they said, "Well, I'm fine. I don't use e-cigarettes. I use dabs or I use THC cards." And so they to this day aren't aware of it. So I hope a lot of people threw them away, but I don't know. I think they just kind of went through their life cycle of products, and the makers stopped using vitamin E to cut. I don't know what they're using now, but they stopped using vitamin E.
There's even more vaping in some cases because young people are stuck at home, may not be able to go somewhere. So something that doesn't have a scent might.
No, probably not, because most young people, most minors, and the age limit is 21 across the country now for tobacco products. Most young people get their if they're underage, their e-cigarettes or their other vaping products like THC from social sources. So I imagine, we won't have these numbers because they had to stop collecting survey data, when schools were shut down. That's usually where they do them. But it would be much more difficult now to get out because you'd have to sneak out of the house to see your friends, which your parents.
I actually meant marijuana. I was thinking THC.
Same thing. That's all social, really, unless you find a dispensary that's willing to sell to minors, which I think is highly unlikely. But it's still social, so it would still be quite difficult, I think. But I mean, that's something Dr. Michael Siegel out of Boston University has talked about. He said when you make it harder and prevent youth from using actual e-cigarettes, they are going to try something else because it's not really about the e-cigarette or even the THC. It's about experimentation for a lot of youth. It's about rebellion. And when they can't get their hands on cigarettes or e-cigarettes or marijuana, they may go to something else. That's why a lot of youth they don't want to die. They want to rebel. They want to experiment, which is why a lot of them choose to experiment with e-cigarettes versus cigarettes, because they know they are less harmful to them than traditional combustible cigarettes.
How about just summing up with your view on federal regulation?
Yeah.
And why it's believed that that's needed in the marijuana space.
Prohibition always fails. It has never worked. Literally nowhere in the world in the human history has prohibition worked. And we've seen that it is expensive in terms of money lost, and in terms of human lives. And I think most of the United States voters agree, including Republicans now agree, that states should be allowed to legalize marijuana. And I think we should take that view with a lot of substances because, like I said, there are risks associated with all of them, and those risks are only magnified when you force people to buy them illicitly and without, there's no oversight and no open discussion about the risks. Everything becomes more dangerous there. So it is always better to at least have them be decriminalized than to be criminalized.
I think decriminalization and legalization got conflated a bit sometimes, but I understand where you're coming from, certainly on regulation. Well, thank you so much. It was great to finally actually meet you face to face. I don't think we've ever met before. Maybe we'll meet in person one of these days.
When all this is over, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane and Michelle. It's incredibly enlightening to hear how the intersection of media and research around vaping has impacted the public's perception. Our next panel is titled Cannabis, Helping or Hurting, featuring Pennsylvania State Representative Chris Rabb, Pennsylvania State Senator Sheriff Street, and our moderator, Dustin McDonald, Policy Director of Americans for Safe Access. Take it away, Dustin.
Thank you for having us. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining today's session, Cannabis Helping or Hurting. My name is Dustin McDonald, and I'm the Policy Director for Americans for Safe Access, as well as your moderator for this panel. Joining me today to discuss state medical cannabis program improvements, specific program improvements related to COVID, and cannabis as a form of harm reduction are Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia area lawmakers, State Senator Sharice Street, and State Representative Chris Rabb. Senator Street is a co-sponsor of legislation that would authorize adult use access in the Keystone State, as well as a strong advocate of medical cannabis. So strong, in fact, that the Senator maintains dedicated staff in his office to advise patients on how to enroll in the state medical cannabis program. Welcome, Senator Street. Representative Chris Rabb is also joining us today, and he's been a strong advocate for improving patient legal rights. He's got legislation pending that would ensure that registered cannabis patients are not penalized for legally participating in a state health program, specifically related to driving. Rep. Rabb is also a registered cannabis patient. And welcome, Representative Rabb.
Thank you.
Wanted to mention that Americans for Safe Access is releasing our 2020 State of the Stage report with the National Cannabis Policy Summit today. The report provides an overview of state medical cannabis programs, noting improvements as well as identifying issues and challenges that need to be addressed. to achieve full function and delivery to patients. Readers will find that this year's report includes coverage of the overwhelming number of states that organize specific medical cannabis-related provisions associated with their COVID emergency plans, as well as some of the challenges related to local government discrimination against medical cannabis patients that's resulting in the dysfunction of these systems operating. Review the full report at americansforsafeaccess.org/SOS. The first question is to both of you, but let's start with hearing from Senator Street. Pennsylvania began medical cannabis sales in 2018, and we saw state-led efforts in 2019, mostly focused on development of statewide adult use access. As ACE's 2020 State of the States report highlights, some of the remaining challenges that need to be tackled include things like product shortages, which were an issue in the Commonwealth, inconsistent product quality, authorization of home cultivation, improvement in patient rights related to driving and child custody. What can Pennsylvania patients expect in 2021-22 legislative session related to improvements along these lines?
Well, look, I think actually we can expect a lot. We can expect significant movement in the 2020, in the calendar year 2020, in this legislative session, the 1920 legislative session. Yesterday, participated in a session with the governor where he's come out strongly in support of moving to legalize recreational adult use. I think because of the revenue implications, we could see comprehensive cannabis reform, which would address a number of the other challenges and also move towards legalization of recreational adult use. I think it's not unforeseeable. And in part, this will be driven by the public policy concerns around disparate enforcement and the criminal justice aspects, as Blacks and Latinos are 4 to 5 times more likely to encounter police than whites are, even though usage is about the same in the Commonwealth. And also the need for revenue. So I think we could see a lot of these issues in what would be almost like an omnibus cannabis bill that would also include some form of recreational adult use.
That's exciting because as we've seen a lot of these state programs emerge, there's been a lot of struggles and challenges among them. I think that's specifically what a lot of states need to be driving forward, is exactly what you just described, Senator, which is a comprehensive package that really addresses a lot of the challenges all at once. What are your thoughts on this, Representative Rabb?
Well, I agree with the senator. There's a lot of momentum to expand programs for it to be adult use. But as it relates to medical cannabis, as a patient, I can tell you the challenges I've had, and someone, of a fair amount of privilege as a legislator, I have been spared no bureaucracy. I think when we talk about, as you mentioned, the haphazard nature of the quality of the products, the access to them, the affordability, this is really a middle class and affluent game right now. If you're poor, it's really hard for you to jump through these hoops to get what you need. And I just think too that what it took to be enacted into law before I took office was some negotiations that erred on the side of political caution versus what's best for patients and what's best for public health. And I think those things can be addressed as we move towards promoting adult use cannabis legalization. I'm also concerned too about the infrastructure of this new industry, particularly as it expands, because it will expand to adult use. If not this session, then next session. I strongly believe that adult use cannabis will be legalized. And if we're expanding the existing industry that exists here, we need to make sure that at the center of it is equity. And you cannot talk about cannabis without talking about racial justice. And so how we look at how patients are treated, but also how we look at the entrepreneurial opportunities, employment opportunities, public health opportunities, and criminal justice related matters, then we're not having the full conversation. And so if equity is not at the center of this, there are going to be some real challenges, but I'm hoping in the new legislative term, we can have those substantive conversations to push us in the right direction.
this is most important. And I think that's a great place to kind of kick off from, and exciting to hear that both of your commitments to really kind of drive all this forward in both in this legislative session that we're in right now and cooperating with the governor's office and lieutenant governor's offices. They've been strong advocates of improved policy, and certainly you both are doing your share in trying to drive the conversation forward, which is certainly laudable.
Chris made an excellent point, or Representative Rapp made an excellent point about the fact that folks can't, there's so many challenges for people who aren't middle class or upper middle class to use it. One of the things we need is the federal government to deschedule or at least reinstate the 2014 banking protocols of the Obama Justice Department. I will say this, we don't know the outcome of the November elections, but to the extent that if Biden were to become president and he was vice president when those justice protocols were put in place, the previous Justice Department had already started moving towards allowing some level of banking and potentially some level of insurance. And if you would, and even if the Justice Department even if the federal government didn't completely move to allow, make it federally legal, they certainly could relax the financial services requirements to allow cannabis patients in states where medical cannabis is legal to use health insurance. And I think that would just be a tremendous benefit to patients like the ones Representative Rabb talked about. Certainly something that as a state legislator, we can't put in place, but we can certainly advocate for.
Absolutely. And also, if there's a recomposition of the U.S. Senate, it could happen even if there's a second term for the current president. I think there are enough Republican U.S. senators who see this as a boon to their respective states. And for that reason, I think there's modest hope for change, irrespective of who's in the White House. I think it is more as much to do with who's running Congress in both chambers as who's in the White House. But I agree with Senator Street about what a new administration could expedite. Absolutely. And all of those things influence what we do in the states. And that's really important because so many of the people who advocate for this as consumers, as potential entrepreneurs, as activists, whomever, they need to understand the interplay of state and federal and also local, right? Because you can have adult use legalization, and you can have local ordinances that punish use of the business and access to it in our municipalities. So this has to be looked at on multiple levels of government, and people who care about this issue need to understand how they interact.
Couldn't agree more. And I think those are incredible points as you both raised. A key finding of ACE's 2020 State of the States report really focused on the phenomenon of states organizing specific policy proposals related to medical cannabis around the COVID emergency measures that they were organizing to keep people safe more broadly. Pennsylvania was one of those states. There were 33 states in total that organized such policies. We've heard a tremendous volume of support from patients in the Commonwealth as well as across other states to maintain those policies going forward. Many of those policies organize improvements to medical programs that might have taken years to organize otherwise. Commonwealth did things like authorized telemedicine for patient re-enrollments. It permitted curbside pickup, pre-ordering, and delivery to patients. There's a real need for those services to exist and continue. What can you tell Pennsylvania patients about the prospect of that? Are there conversations, or do you expect there will be conversations with regulators about maintaining those new program features?
Well, I can tell you, I personally benefited from curbside pickup. It was in the early part of the pandemic, and I have family who have multiple comorbidities, and they did not go outside. The first time they left their home was for me to drive them to a dispensary where we were met curbside, and it was great. It was great. And I want that type of access for everybody, not just upper middle class folk, wealthy folk. That's for everybody. And so this pandemic has infused and expedited innovation in many meaningful ways as it relates to public health and consumer opportunities and consumer engagement that are very important. And these discussions must continue because the pandemic is not going away anytime soon. And so our policies have to be updated, not just to improve on the flaws that existed when they were first enacted, but also in light of the pandemic and other issues that may come up. And, you know, all of these things are interrelated. And we have to think intentionally about what we can do to provide the greatest access, highest quality products, affordability, and also education, and not just education of current and prospective patients, but folks who are part of the system. And I mean physicians who in Pennsylvania have to register to facilitate providing access, basically giving you that note to say you can do this. And a lot of those physicians don't know enough about cannabis. And so they need help. They need to be further educated so that they're not as cautious, because you can go to a physician who is authorized to allow you to become a patient, but they may not necessarily have the level of literacy around cannabis and its medical impacts as there could be. So I could see that as something as one definitive improvement.
I think it's a good experiment to show states as well as local governments that these kinds of program improvements can be put in place without the sort of paranoia and associated NIMBYism that you typically would see if you try to move these sorts of policies forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think but once the thing about having them in place is you've already gotten past NIMBY. See, people can see that it's working, that it hasn't caused disruptions to their communities, and it is much easier to keep in place incumbent policies that are already working than it is to implement the new ones. So I think we have a great possibility of keeping in place many of the advances that we've made in cannabis distribution as a result of COVID. And so I think the NIMBY question is exactly why, because you no longer have a NIMBY issue because people see that patients are getting a better access and it hasn't disrupted their ordinary lives.
And if I could just say this as a former professor, we should spell out what NIMBY is, not in my backyard. We all have our wonderful forms of jargon, but absolutely, NIMBYism is a real thing. We can all relate to it, whether we're in elective office or not. And the senator's points are dead on.
Agreed. Getting back to the issue of NIMBYism, I think that segues nicely into our next question. One of the key challenges that states experience, certainly the Commonwealth is experiencing, is that division between state and local government authority as it pertains to licensing of cannabis businesses. A lot of states have policies in place that require businesses to obtain a license from the state level as well as the local level where they're going to be operating in order to open up. So in your view, what are some of the key challenges that the Commonwealth has faced in that arena? And what do you see as solutions for other state lawmakers as well in the Commonwealth and beyond to address that challenge? It's a big challenge. It's stifled huge markets. State of California, for example, 482 cities and 58 counties, 2/3 of which have complete prohibitions in place on medical cannabis access, and that's California. So a huge challenge. What are your recommendations in working with local governments and state lawmakers to kind of address some of these issues?
Well, I would just say, listen, the first thing is listen to people in local communities, be honest. Pennsylvania allows rigorous community participation in local land use and zoning for everything. If you want to paint the front of your house or hang a sign on a business, there is local participation in zoning and land use laws. So there's an up and a downside to that. The downside is you have people who are very engaged and can hold the process up if they so choose. The upside is that you have more structured community participation mechanisms in Pennsylvania. You do in some places where you just have a lot of angry neighbors calling an elected official saying don't participate. In most of Pennsylvania, and certainly in the city of Philadelphia, you'll have registered community organizations or established community groups civic associations, that even in small towns, will have a zoning process. So in a regular civic meeting in many places in Pennsylvania, there is a zoning section or the land use portion. And so, and there is a mechanism for them to make a decision. And if you get it, and to give a rationale for that decision. And so I think that actually puts us in a stronger position than in jurisdictions where the local participation is more informal, and maybe they don't participate at all in many decisions. And so when they are participating, they don't fully understand the need for clarity, for justifying a decision, and for moving forward in a constructive way, and also for appealing a local decision. We have a established case law in Pennsylvania for how you appeal the objections of a local community group, and the courts have basis for determining whether those objections are reasonable. So I think there's case law to look at. There's a process in place, and I think that puts us well ahead of the game than many other states.
So I guess I would say that one of the things to kind of counteract the downside of NIMBYism as it relates to what happens on the local level, local ordinances and local support and advocacy for medical cannabis dispensaries and what may come if there are, dispensaries for adult use cannabis, is community economic development. Every elected loves to say, I created, new family sustaining jobs. When you're looking at economically distressed areas, the types of jobs that come in tend to be temporary, tend to be poverty wage, tend to be created by corporations that are not locally based. When you can say this business that's coming in is going to hire local and provide a living wage and help the community, because this is I believe that medical cannabis is a form of community wealth, because it helps us both individually with health, but also from a public health standpoint. But from an economic development standpoint, it does as well. It can help other businesses as well. And we have a lot of prohibitions, not just in terms of potential ordinances, but prohibitions about who they can hire, right? If you have a certain background, you can't be hired. If you have a certain background, you can't invest in a dispensary. You cannot own one. You cannot touch the plant. So there are all these things that keep us from the type of equity I talked about in the very beginning. So if we can say that these dispensaries and the growing cannabis industry can create good jobs, good local jobs that are long-term, I think it makes it a lot easier, because there's very few things, particularly in a pandemic, that we can look to that says, who are the folks who are trying to expand that are actually good for neighborhoods? It's a small group of businesses, and many of the businesses that have been shut down during the pandemic are not coming back. So we have to be that much more careful about the next wave of businesses that we allow into our neighborhoods.
Yeah, and I would just add, I was going to add, I think it's a great point. And cannabis actually can help some of those businesses. There's cannabis tourism to help our hospitality industry that's been hard hit. And so to the extent that we make adult use and cannabis more accessible and make it easier for people to use, I think it helps our agricultural industry that's been hurting. It's good in crop rotations with corn and the actually excess parts of the plant that are not used in traditional product production can be ground up and mixed in with feed for cows. So there are a number of benefits for this from Pennsylvania, both from our urban communities where there's job creation to rural communities where this becomes an additional cash crop for our farmers. So I think it is something that if done properly, you're right, it could be a great economic, not only great tax revenue for the state, but great economic stimulus for communities from rural to urban.
That's a great point too. You've got the whole rural side of this, Pennsylvania having a huge agricultural side to its economy. Agreed. There's a huge opportunity for folks on the production side and cultivation and manufacturing, as well as on the retail side. So yeah, fantastic. With that, I think we've really kind of exhausted time for this discussion today. So I want to thank both of our panelists and our audience again for joining us today. Thank you, Senator Street. Thank you to Representative Brad. I wanted to just see if you had any additional thoughts you wanted to add before we wrap this up. So I wanted to pitch the mic to you one last time.
Well, I'll just say I appreciate the opportunity. These are exactly the type of conversations we need to have. We got to break out of our silos and build bridges, because this is a truly intersectional conversation, and it influences all of us, whether we know it or not.
Yeah, I agree with Chris. And look, thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for continuing to allow us to have conversations about how we advance thoughts that will advance the lives and improve the quality of life for Pennsylvanians. And cannabis is certainly an important part of that discussion.
Indeed. Well, thank you again both for your time today and for your perspectives and thoughts on this important issue. For folks who are watching in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, keep an eye on these two, and certainly support their ongoing efforts to advance cannabis policy reform in the Commonwealth, improve medical access and associated medical program features. And be sure to check out Americans for Safe Access's 2020 State of the Stage report, which provides a comprehensive overview of all these state programs and how they're performing. You can go to safeaccessnow.org/SOS to download the report. Thank you again.
Our next discussion focuses on a topic in conversation, COVID-19, cannabis, and public health, that has impacted all of our lives in the past 6 months. COVID-19 has shaken the foundation of all that we know, and we're all getting a front row seat to the scientific process as experts worldwide race to find relief for those who are suffering. Recent news reports have suggested cannabis in some form may be a possible treatment for COVID-19. Are there any merits to these claims? At the same time, the pandemic has laid bare the weaknesses in our public health system. We are extremely fortunate to have two very highly regarded experts with us today to talk to us about these topics. Dr. Wesley Clark is former director of the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment, where he led the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services' national effort to provide effective and accessible treatment to Americans with addictive disorders. Dr. Clark received his medical degree and his master's in public health from the University of Michigan and his law degree from Harvard University. Dr. Clark is a very well-recognized author and educator in the treatment of substance use disorders, psychopharmacology, and medical and legal issues, and is an honorary board member of Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. Dr. Knox is a certified cannabinoid medicine specialist with the American Academy of Cannabinoid Medicine, building upon her background in family, functional, and integrative medicine. Along with her family, Dr. Knox founded the American Cannabinoids Clinics in 2015 to provide patients with comprehensive and functional care rooted in endocannabinology. As an educator and advocate, Dr. Knox educates peer and lay audiences on the science of cannabis and the endocannabinoid system. Dr. Knox serves her home state of Oregon as chairperson of the Oregon Cannabis Commission, and she helped develop model state and municipal cannabis legislation in her role as medical chair for the Minority Cannabis Business Association. Dr. Knox is also a board member of Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. Dr. Clark and Dr. Knox, we are so glad to have you here with us today.
I'm Dr. H. Wesley Clark. I'm a professor, Dean's Executive Professor of Public Health at Santa Clara University, and former director of the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment within the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And I am really pleased to have been invited to participate in this dialogue with Dr. Rachel Knox, who should introduce herself now. Dr. Knox.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Rachel Knox, and I am an endocannabinologist and cannabis and cannabinoid medicine specialist, formerly a family and integrative medicine doc. I wear a lot of hats these days, along with the other physicians in my family, I founded our American Cannabinoid Clinics and our education platform, Advent Academy. But more often these days, I'm entrenched in policy and regulatory advisory work. I am the chair of our Oregon Cannabis Commission, member of Portland's Cannabis Policy Oversight Team. I'm a proud board member of the Minority Cannabis Business Association, as well as Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. And again, here locally, I work with New Leaf Project, PDX, and it's all about cannabis health equity these days for me. I'm really passionate about discussing how cannabis can be used in a number of ways to address the minority health disparity gap. And so I look forward to having a conversation with Dr. Clark today about what that means in the context of COVID-19.
One of the most important things I think is to keep in mind that cannabis is not a panacea for all that ails you, which I'm sure you, Dr. Knox, will address. We obviously come at this from different perspective. My policy orientation, I also work with Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. My approach is that the whole cannabis issue has been inflated to basically incarcerate large numbers of minority youth and young adults by felonizing them, and then that becomes a stigma, that becomes something that functions as a barrier to voting, to participate in the larger society, to getting certain types of jobs. As you well know from cannabis's history, one of the selling points for scheduling cannabis back in the day was that it was a drug used by minorities, Hispanics and African Americans. The issue wasn't that it was a drug that was highly toxic, but it was a drug that was used by minorities, and then the invoking all sorts of images of predatory behavior on the part of Hispanics and African Americans in the effort to schedule the drug to make it illegal from the Marijuana Tax Act on forward through time. But as you are well aware, we have now discovered that indeed cannabis, both of its main two products, THC and CBD, can have therapeutic benefits. CBD, of course, because it has now been essentially deregulated, is being marketed for all that ails you. And that, is, to me, is a bit of a problem, particularly from a public health point of view. Also being marketed as a solution to the COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic, and that is unsupported by the scientific literature, the clinical literature, although to encourage research is what some people are doing. There was a recent report by an NIH-funded researcher who was saying, we should be looking at CBD as a possible anti-inflammatory agent with regard to COVID-19 because of the inflammation of the lungs that occurs, and maybe some neuroinflammation that also occurs, which I think is eminently reasonable. Basically, the call is we should be doing orthodox research on it.
And research is underway that is demonstrating that CBD might participate in downregulating that ACE2 receptor, right? That receptor that allows for increased virulence, pathogenicity out of this virus and viruses in general that work on that receptor to proliferate and spread. Very interesting research is coming out of Israel right now, demonstrating that it's not just CBD though. Whole plant cannabis advocates these days are talking about the entourage effect and the complete chemical profile within that plant with respect to its anti-inflammatory properties. And so the research is not done though. So no, we cannot make any unsubstantiated claims around what this research is purporting to do and to tell us. We have to wait that out. But I'm really excited though that folks have taken up the mantle and have began that much needed research in this area.
And that's the most important thing. I was on NIDA Council, the National Institute of Drug Abuse Council, in 1996, And the whole issue of a guy named Don Abrams, who you may know, wanted to do some work on cannabis and HIV pain and couldn't get it funded. Got it funded, but couldn't get it approved through the NIH at that time. Subsequently, of course, we've discovered a lot. So the reluctance to do orthodox research because it was historically illegal has been a problem. And we need to make sure that we don't deprive the larger community of a readily available substance that could be beneficial, so that we can have the full picture about whether it's good or bad or ugly. By simply denying that, we've essentially created problems. You can look at CBD and the epilepsy. As soon as Big Pharma got in, it was approved for 2 forms of epilepsy, but you've had a lot of citizens, stakeholders, if you will, who say, yeah, this stuff works for us, and we're going to do it. So the credibility of the research enterprise was being called into question because community stakeholders were just embarking on their own solution.
Well, guess what? Anecdote becomes data when it becomes clinical data. It really does. As a family medicine doctor, I, with background, right, because my focus these days is on endocannabinology, we have to listen to our patients. It doesn't matter what a research paper says about the efficacy of a drug. If it doesn't work for the patient, that is the most important data point. So I think we are entering into a new era of medical care and total health care. And that's one in which we regard the patient as, just as credible a witness and participant in their medical care as the clinician who was bound, right, by duty to impart wisdom and knowledge based on sound research. Absolutely. But I think legalization that preceded education has almost forced us doctors to catch up and learn something or two about the endocannabinoid system and the pharmacology of cannabis, so that we can be of assistance and of benefit to our patients for the purpose of both harm reduction, right? We want to mitigate risk, but we also want our patients to have an optimal experience. We cannot rely on dispensaries and their frontline staff to conduct medical visits in those settings. They're not trained to do so. They are not covered by malpractice. And so these are conversations that we doctors really should be having with patients, again, for their benefit. And unfortunately, we don't have all the research that we want to make us feel more comfortable in having these conversations. But at some point, we have to determine that we've had enough education in anatomy, in physiology, pathophysiology, and pharmacology to read the research studies that have been done and be able to pragmatically guide our patients' use of cannabis should they choose to use it in legal states.
Since we have 33 states that have legalized medical marijuana for a wide spectrum of conditions, what we need, as you point out, Dr. Knox, is better research for those conditions, to know their limitations. If you listen to drug advertisements on television, which say, for example, this is good for psoriasis, this is good for arthritis, but by the way, it can kill you. We tolerate that from ethical pharmaceuticals, but we don't tolerate the patient response when it comes to cannabinoids. We use cannabis for another purpose. Rather than for medical benefit, we use it for social control purposes.
And those are the dots I want people to connect at mass. Like, we have to start connecting those dots. For me, COVID-19 has been striking, and I think for a lot of people, in illuminating the disparities in health and well-being in communities of color that have always been here. And when we think about the legalization of cannabis, right, we are now commoditizing it as a wellness or a medicinal option. If we ignore the devastating consequences of prohibition in our communities of color, meaning that our communities have been disinvested in for the last 50 years, wellness and the agency over choosing cannabis as a therapeutic option for us does not exist in the same way it does for our white counterparts. It's interesting to talk about the effects of the war on drugs and and a lot of people in the industry are trying to create equitable licensing systems so that we can bring more people of color into the economy of cannabis. But we cannot forget the patients who are of color too, right? We have our recently or formerly incarcerated that are suffering from high rates of PTSD. I know here in Oregon, PTSD is a qualifying condition, but we actually don't have that many people of color, specifically Black people, engaging with the medical program here and getting their authorizations for their legal medicinal use, cannabis to treat PTSD. So there is a lot of stigma we have yet to combat in our community to help normalize cannabis as an optional tool. And I'm saying this because we have not made headway on this minority health disparity gap.
When you juxtapose cannabis with COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2, we need to avoid deceiving people into thinking that it is a panacea. From a medical perspective, the other issue you have to deal with is not just physician education, but also reimbursement issues. You have to be able to pay for these medications. You need to demonstrate efficacy. We need to fund the research. We have historically funded research that said cannabis is bad. If you wanted to get funded, you said cannabis is bad. If you're an up-and-coming researcher, a young person like yourself, Dr. Knotts, you said cannabis is bad. You got funded. If you said that there might be these positive effects on psychological well-being or other aspects of a person's life, no one was interested. You could get not published, you couldn't get funded. The orientation of the public health community was essentially hostile. That hostility ramified in terms of social control and in terms of denying people the opportunity to cope with PTSD and other symptoms. As you point out, we are currently experiencing a nationwide phenomenon with the Black community being traumatized by this whole law enforcement conflict. On one hand, we need law enforcement. On the other hand, there are those in law enforcement that use cannabis as an opportunity to exploit people of color.
We need to take our well-being back into our own hands.
I agree that you have to be smarter. You can't misrepresent the efficacy and the utility of cannabis for COVID-19 to people who are desperately seeking solutions.
I principally believe cannabis has most value as a supplementary tool to fortify the body. We can get into the weeds about that. We do not have the research just yet that tells us that cannabis can be used acutely when you are affected, when you are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19, that it's going to shorten the duration of your disease or cure it or what have you.
You can't exploit the vulnerability of people, whether they are people in the ethnic community or people in non-ethnic minority communities. The key theme is that these approaches are not panaceas, but people are willing to explore them.
For us in our clinics and from our platforms, we have recommended that folks who use cannabis regularly down-regulate your use of inhalables, like smoking joints, vaporizers, etc., because inhaling anything that has been combusted is irritating to that lung, and it can downregulate your body's own innate immunity and first line of defense against an invading pathogen. There are many other ways to consume cannabis that don't require inhalation, but if you do need to inhale, there are aerosols, so non-combustible aerosolized cannabis products that are, by my estimation, are much safer to use.
There is a growing research literature where scientists are testing some of the implications of cannabis in infectious disease, and that is encouraging. We have orthodox researchers who are not afraid to look at cannabis as a therapeutic adjunct or even a partial therapeutic solution. It is not an antiviral by any stretch of the imagination, but it can help, or it may help. It is not just the ACE inhibitor issue, it is also the cytokine issue.
I know we have to wrap this up right now, but the last thing I want to say is that COVID-19 has affected people in more ways than one. People right now are feeling anxious, they're feeling like they don't have control, and a lot of people are turning to cannabis to soothe those sort of fears, and they're using cannabis to provide for themselves a sense of wellness, a sense of control, and to reduce their anxiety. So I think we have to recognize that there are real reasons, real utility to high quality, consistent, and safe cannabis at this time.
The key issue for me is making sure that when we promote therapeutics, that those therapeutics are framed and qualified in such a way as to be beneficial. We do know that there's a fraction of people who develop dependency on cannabis, that it might not be beneficial to them and it might not be beneficial to everyone. We do have to have the full range of wellness issues in mind. Just as I pointed out in terms of the anti-psoriasis and anti-arthritis drugs, and that they tell you that, by the way, it may kill you. We know that for some people who develop dependence or who have adverse reactions, that that's a reality. We have to deal with it. What we're not seeing in the 2018 NISDA data, we don't see an increase in the misuse of cannabis among young adults. We see an increase in use among those who are 26 and older. We also know that people are, as you point out, Dr. Knox, complaining about anxiety and panic associated with COVID-19. They may be using cannabis as a means of coping. This is where you come in, Dr. Knox. They can talk to clinicians or someone about what's going on with them so they can be monitored with what they're doing. That would be useful. We should trust our patients, talk to our patients, and listen to our patients.
And certainly if you have any questions, you can probably get in contact with us in one way or another. You can find me on LinkedIn or on Instagram, Rachel Doc Knox, or just Google us, Dr. Clark, if people can know where to contact you.
My email will be my address.
Well, we are out of time. Dr. Clark, thank you so much.
The pleasure is mine. It was great to have been invited for this conversation and this dialogue. Thank you, Dr. Knox.
It's an honor and a privilege to join you at the National Cannabis Policy Summit as we collectively work on the issue of marijuana reform. We know that the failed war on drugs has had devastating consequences, particularly as it relates to communities of color throughout the land. When Richard Nixon launched the failed war on drugs in 1971, when he declared drug abuse public enemy number one, there were less than 350,000 people incarcerated in America. Today, there are 2.2 million. Disproportionately Black, Latino, and low income, and a significant number of those individuals who have been incarcerated or are currently incarcerated are locked up for non-violent drug offenses. Because of the failed war on drugs, we incarcerate more people in the United States than any other country in the world, including, on a per capita basis, more than China and Russia combined. That is a stain on our democracy. And one of the reasons why the war on drugs has gone on for so long is because of the obsessive criminalization of cannabis and marijuana. It has devastated lives, devastated families, and devastated communities. That has been the case here in New York City, which for a long period of time was the marijuana arrest capital of the world, disproportionately enforced in Black and Latino communities throughout the Big Apple, depriving people of the ability to robustly pursue the American dream because of the scarlet letter of criminalization wrapped around their necks. Enough. And one of the ways in which we can begin to turn this situation around is to pass the MORE Act in the House of Representatives this month, which is what we are going to do. And I thank each and every one of you for your strong and unyielding advocacy in that regard. We will deschedule marijuana at the federal level and begin the process of legalizing it throughout the land. We must also engage in reparative justice so that those who have been hurt by the failed war on drugs generally and the criminalization of marijuana in particular will have a pathway toward pursuing the American dream in a robust way including but not limited to participating in the cannabis economy. That is what we are committed to doing in Washington. That is what I know you all are committed to doing, to right the wrongs of the injustice that dates all the way back to the 1930s, where the targeting of marijuana first began, with a particularly tinged racial lens, and it has continued to this very day. The great John Lewis, who we had an opportunity to serve with in the United States Congress, would often say to us, when you see something wrong, find a way to get in the way. Keep the faith. Keep your eyes on the prize. Never give up. Never give in. Get into some good trouble. And I thank each and every one of you for the work that you have been doing to get us to this point. We've come a long way. We still have a ways to go, but we will get there together. I hope you have had a productive policy summit. I appreciate your advocacy, your efforts, your friendship, and your support as we travel along this reform journey. And I look forward to partnering together with you as we move forward. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Before we close today's program, we'd like to express our thanks to Weedmaps for supporting this effort. We're living in really challenging times, and now more than ever, it's critical that we work together to make sure that education, information, and most importantly, a sense of community is available to all people. So thank you, Weedmaps, for making this program possible. And thank you to our advocacy committee for your tireless work to ensure a better future for all of us. Please visit the National Cannabis Policy Summit website and learn more about our speakers. You can also check out resources and learn about our advocacy committee. And while you're there, register to vote. The future of our country belongs to the voters. Together, we can create change.